Good Monday morning. It is April 29th, 2024, and we are getting ready for opening statements in Karen Reed's trial. Welcome in, everybody. If this is your first time over here, this is LTL Media, and that stands for Let's Talk Live, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to talk live. I will be streaming the opening statements and all of the courtroom activities today, so you can hang out here. As long as we go in court today, I will be here. I want to welcome everybody into the chat. I like to see a lot of the old subscribers over here, new subscribers over here, members, my moderators are here. I appreciate you all being here with me on this Monday morning. But I wanted to get started a little bit early here, as I do have some review that I want to go through and kind of like what brought us up to this point. And also, take us right up to 10 a.m. when court starts to stream. We'll get the live feed going. My purpose here today is I'm going to approach it in the fact of trying not to speak at all or to a minimum, because that's usually what people want, and they want to hear that. So I will keep it to a minimum today, but this is actually it's an extremely important day here, and I wanted to come live and make sure to stream that for you all, so we can hang out and have a discussion here in the chat. Check this out. We got the fly on the wall camera. Look at this. Let me add this up here. I was messing around with this last night. Look at that. You can see the view of the studio here, LTO Studios. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm just still waiting for a computer to be built, and then we can start setting up the different camera positions here inside the studio. But I got the fly on the wall camera behind me. I think the studio is looking really good. It's looking really slick, and I'm becoming very happy in the way that it's turning out. And we'll get there. It just takes a little bit of time. This has been a huge undertaking that I've been doing here, and I'm super excited because we're actually going to, in a week or two, hopefully starting some live guests in here and hanging out and having some face-to-face conversations. So with the fly on the wall camera there, we'll move that for now, but I wanted to bring up this article here first. And we can talk a little bit about this from Boston.com. And probably what I'm going to do is let me just bounce this over here on this screen. Don't fight me. Everything wants to fight this morning. Everything wants to fight. All right, we'll see if we can see a little. Okay, here we go. Let me get into this. So opening statements in Karen Reed's case. This is from Boston.com. Good morning, everybody. Jurors will get a glimpse into the arguments for and against Reed's innocence when lawyers on both sides make their opening statements today. Opening statements are expected Monday in Karen Reed's high-profile murder trial, bearing the arguments for against the Mansfield woman's innocence. The 44-year-old, if this is your first time over here checking this case out, a little bit of a background here. The 44-year-old is accused of backing her SUV into her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe, while dropping him off at a Canton home following a night of drinking in January 2022. Yet, while prosecutors say Reed left O'Keefe to die in the snow, her lawyers argue she was framed in an elaborate cover-up involving witnesses and law enforcement. Reed has pled not guilty to charges of second-degree murder, motor vehicle manslaughter while driving under the influence, and leaving the scene of a collision causing injury and death. Former prosecutor and veteran defense attorney David Yannetti will deliver an opening statement on behalf of Monday morning. A powerful orator, Yannetti was previously recognized for a closing statement he gave as a prosecutor in the Middlesex County when he secured convictions against two men. Of course, it was going to jump with an ad. Of two men who killed a 10-year-old Cambridge boy, Jeffrey Curley, in 1997. I remember that case. It was a brutal case and not something that I want to remember. Horrible what happened to Jeffrey Curley, what they did with his body. These two scumbags, Charles Janes, and I forget the other gentleman off the top of my head. I don't even want to call him a gentleman. This toilet bug, what they did to Jeffrey Curley. They groomed him. They gave him bicycles. They urged him to they lured him to get into the back of a car, and then they had his way with him and disposed of his body. It was a disgusting, very, very disgusting case, and not something I do want to remember, but I do remember it was a horrible case. Watching the open statements below, so we have the open statements here, so that's a little pretext of what's going on here. I will pop in with Tom CPU live here in a couple of minutes, but I wanted to get to this here and just kind of read through. Okay, so I want to get to a segment here in Court TV that they had a couple of days ago that I haven't had the opportunity to go through, but I thought we could go through this. I saw that Dr. G actually did a body language analysis on Karen Read, so I want to go through that as well. And then I remember last night I was playing the arraignment, the Karen Read arraignment, and a lot of people have not seen that. So if we can get to that today, it'll kind of give you a breakdown of how we got here overall and why we're here on this Monday. But let's pull up the segment from Court TV first. We'll go through that. And then we will get to the body language expert, Dr. G. Phenomenal at what he does. And if I can find let me add this to the screen. Let's see here. Hang on one second. This don't want to work. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the mic is hooked up. It's sounding better. I'm happy with that. Give me a second here. Let me get that tab loaded up. Still going to work out some logistics, but we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. I believe this might be Vinny. Might be Vinny. Nice to see everybody this morning. Good morning. All right, let's play through this. Court TV. Let's get some sound.
My tail is cracked and jaw just pulverized.
Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
I tried to save his life.
Vinny.
Get ready, folks. It begins Monday. Closing arguments will be there live in Dedham, Massachusetts, where all this is taking place. Karen Read and John O'Keefe. They were boyfriend, girlfriend. John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer, really an amazing guy. I haven't heard anything negative said about him. There was tragedy in his family. He ended up taking in his sister's children and were raising them. And then he died. She's accused of hitting him with her car, leaving him to die in the cold. She says she's being framed by police in this case. Karen Read was back in court today. It was another big day as they get ready for Monday. Some key rulings today. Number one, evidence of Karen Read's blood alcohol level is admissible, but the defense can voir dire the witness. Evidence of a failing relationship between Karen Read and John O'Keefe is admissible. All good for the prosecution. Evidence of Karen Read's out-of-court statements to police and paramedics and news media are admissible. Prosecutors believe that is good for them. Take a listen. Karen Read's father spoke today. Let's take a listen.
Absolutely confident. Truth will come out, right? The truth will prevail.
What has this process been like for your family?
It's been hell. It's been 26, 27 months of hell. Firmly supportive of my loving daughter. She's factually innocent. The breakdown in law enforcement, and I use that word breakdown very lightly. You can extend it from that if you like, but the truth is the truth. And you've heard glimpses of what we've learned in that courtroom, and you'll hear more as this trial gets underway. So,
you think your daughter will get a fair trial, Mr. Read?
I absolutely do. If you've been living on this planet for the last 27, 28 months, it's difficult to not be aware of what has happened here. My daughter is factually innocent. She's being framed. Have a good day, everybody.
Opening statements begin Monday. Let's take a listen. You saw Matt Johnson there doing that interview. Here case.
Does this look like a road rash?
John O'Keefe's injuries will be a point of contention. Prosecutors argue they were caused in part when Karen Reed allegedly mowed him down with her car. Assistant with a
I'm going to
says
speed up here
O'Keefe was
because
attacked.
YouTube doesn't like us to show injuries. So they're probably going to whack me on this. Oh, I knew that was probably going to happen. But we're
And
going to
left
speed
for
up
dead
that part
outside
right there.
in the snow.
How could they reasonably ignore two black eyes? It looked like he had gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. Of course there were signs of a fight. Not just a fight, a brutal fight. What does a German Shepherd do when its owner is in a fight?
Attack.
Reaches out and attacks.
Yep.
There was no fight. There was no dog attack. There was no eyewitness to the circumstances that led to Mr. O'Keefe's death.
To support its claim that O'Keefe was attacked and left to die in the lawn, a Google search by Jennifer McCabe will be a key piece of evidence, each side giving a different reason for that search. The defense claims that Jennifer McCabe, a relative of the Alberts who owned this home and was at the party that night, Googled a misspelled "how long to die in the cold" at around 2:27 in the morning. That's 3.5 hours before Karen Reed dials 911, saying that John O'Keefe's body is found here in the front yard. According to prosecutors, McCabe Googled the question because Reed asked her to, after O'Keefe's body was found around 6 a.m.
Mr. O'Keefe's DNA was on the taillight. The same taillight that was broken when the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Prosecutors contend Reed broke the taillight of her car when she backed over him. They claim her broken taillight and microscopic pieces of plastic in O'Keefe's clothing is proof she hit him. But the defense points to this video to argue the taillight broke when she backed out of O'Keefe's driveway and into his car.
In other words, the car didn't hit him, and he wasn't hit by the car.
That was, I love that statement by Jackson. And if you remember, or if you don't remember, if this is the first time that you're over here, watching these recaps this morning, that was after information that came out by, we know that the feds have got involved investigating the investigation. And that snippet that you just heard Alan Jackson, Karen Reed's defense attorney, say in court was from a report that was submitted by the FBI. They actually went in and hired someone, not for the Commonwealth, not for the defense, an independent investigator with 3 PhDs, accident reconstruction. And that person concluded by their expert opinion, and just like Jackson just said, that the injuries to John O'Keefe are not consistent with being hit by Karen Reed's SUV, and the damage to Karen Reed's SUV is not consistent with hitting someone. So you have it right there. You have it right there. Independent expert, 3 PhDs.
Reed's defense team raises the possibility that other suspects at the party killed O'Keefe, but prosecutors contend Karen Reed is the only one who had a motive.
You also have statements from the children which indicate that the victim had tried to break up with the defendant multiple times in front of them.
So what? Couples fight. They have an argument. It doesn't make someone a murderer.
Asked her to leave the home and she refused.
I think Lally's got a big uphill
All right,
battle.
opening statements. Monday, let's bring in our think tank, Eckler Mercy, Judge Gail Byers, Philip Dubé. Judge, I think both sides here have an uphill battle in proving what they believe happened here. I mean, murder. Let's start with murder. Like, you're going to commit a murder on the front lawn of a home that is filled with police officers, right? And then on the other hand, like, how in the world would the people in the house, if they're going to try to frame Karen Reed, how would they know that the next morning she's going to back into a car and break her tail light? These two things, I think both sides have some issues here.
I'll tell you, Vinny, I'm just surprised they were able to actually pick a jury, because you're absolutely right. There are so many competing facts or allegations on both sides that this is going to be a very spirited, as you can see from the pretrial motions, it's going to be a very spirited trial. What's more is Karen Reed has been, masterful in launching a independent PR campaign where her head PR guy is now facing criminal charges himself. So this is a small community. As you said, these facts are not boding well for either side. And quite frankly, that isn't good for the prosecution because they have
the burden.
Obligation.
They've got the burden. Philip Dubé.
Out of 12, defense only needs one.
Philip?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I actually think they have a pretty strong case. You know, I think what's really
prosecutors
going
or
to
the
sink
defense?
the prosecution.
Okay.
I really do. I think what's going to sink her is her mouth. All the statements that she gave and the fact that she was drunk. The thing is, under Massachusetts law, they don't have to prove an actual intent to kill. All they have to prove is that she was under the influence, backed into him, and even if she didn't mean to, the fact that that he was around when he got out of the car suggests that she had a subjective awareness that great bodily injury or death could occur if you just back up suddenly while you're drunk. The law will imply that intent to kill. It's unfortunate, even though she didn't have the actual express malice aforethought. And I think the jury might have to just, throw in the towel and say, look, on these facts and on the law, she's guilty of murder. Now, on the other hand, if the defense can really prove
I gotta hold your other hand.
Culprit,
we're out of time.
Yeah.
I have to hold your other hand. Eklund, we're out of time.
All right. So a little bit of review. Hang on 1 second here. Let me get that out. All right, Dr. G did a body language analysis last night. Dropped this about 11 hours ago. I'm not sure if anybody has seen this, but let's check this out. I'd be curious to see what he says in Karen Reed's body language. This will be very interesting. And then what I'll do is I'll check in with Tom CPU. And also, a lot of people last night when I was playing some clips, the arraignment video, I played a little bit of that. Haven't seen that. So I actually might go through that if we have time this morning as well, too. So let me pull up this Dr. G video. And if you haven't gone over and subscribed to him, please check out his channel. It's a fantastic channel. I love his analysis. I haven't seen this, so this is going to be the first time, and I'm going to be very curious to see what he says here. All right, let's play through this.
Dr. G here. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Karen Reed. Karen Reed is currently on trial for the murder of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. It was alleged that she ran over him with her car. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to remind you that this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. So we're going to be looking at a couple of clips today, and then we're also going to be looking at some of the evidence presented by the defense. Now, I do have a lot of questions, and I'm going to go ahead and warn you, I know this is going to frustrate some people. I know that this video is going to irritate some people because there are a lot of very strong feelings about this. But what we're going to be looking at today is an interview that she gave with Nightline. Let's jump right in, and then we're going to go from there.
They overheard Reed make other statements. The firefighter said that you said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark. What?
Now, watch her face right here.
It was preceded by.
So as she's saying this, her eyebrows are raised very high. She really wants you to hear this. So as she's saying, did I hit him? As she's basically saying, I asked the question, did I hit him? She feels very strongly about this. So I think it's very feasible that she doesn't know whether or not she hit him when this question was asked or when she stated this. Now, other people have recalled that she said, I did hit him. But I do think that whether or not that's what she said, she does believe that she asked, did I hit him?
Said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark.
That being said, that is a very strange way to reframe that question.
What I thought could have happened was that did I incapacitate him unwittingly somehow and then in his drunkenness passed out?
Now look how strongly she feels about this question.
What I thought could have happened was that did I incapacitate him?
So you're seeing a lot of strong body language as she's asking, did I incapacitate him? We're going to keep going.
Unwittingly.
And so she's saying unwittingly, very strongly. I think that she feels this very strongly as she's posing this possibility.
Somehow, and then in his drunkenness, passed out.
So you'll notice the way that she puts her hand on her chest. Let's go back and look at this again.
Unwittingly, somehow, and then in his drunkenness, passed out.
So she has her fingers spread apart. She's putting her hand on her chest. She feels very strongly about this. I am not certain whether or not she actually knows the answer to this question because she seems to feel so strongly about it. So the question is, even now, as she's talking about it, is she still curious as to whether or not she hit him and doesn't remember? And we're going to find out more about her blood alcohol level and all of that during the trial. But her body language at this point seems so in sync with the possibility that she actually believes what she's saying right now. Let's watch this all again in sequence.
Question mark. What I thought could have happened was that did I incapacitate him unwittingly somehow, and then in his drunkenness passed out?
You walked out of the bar. How many drinks had you had?
I had probably
Now you see her squinting right here when they're asking how many drinks she had. Now we do that when we're thinking about things that we don't like or when we're answering a question that we don't like very much. So giving specifics like this may be challenging right now.
You walked out of the bar. How many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4.
The Commonwealth says that you had 9 drinks that night. That's what the prosecution says.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
And she also didn't say, no, I absolutely did not have 9 drinks that night. Now, I do want you to keep in mind, interviews are edited. It's possible they cut certain things down for time. But when you don't respond to questions directly, and when you respond to them in this way, that leaves the door open that you're trying to not answer the question, that you're trying to not to directly refute.
I'm already going to tell you right here. If they show the photos of John's arm, and I'm seeing it in here in the chat, he's going to talk a lot about that. But I'm probably going to fast forward it because YouTube loves to pick up that and nail us for that stuff. So I'll probably end up fast forwarding here when he goes through that. But I do want to see about the backing up. Yeah, that I'm not going to. Yeah, he goes in extensively in it. So I'm probably going to cut that off when it gets to that point. All right, let's keep playing through here. We'll get up to that point here.
That, or that you're trying to hedge your bets in a sense.
That's what the prosecution says.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
They were saying you were intoxicated. Is it possible that you might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV?
No, not possible.
Now, see, when she was talking before about the possibility of having hit him and not remembering it, her body language was more open. She was more emphatic. Right now, she's got her hands between her legs crossed, her legs a little bit below her chair. I think she was probably slumped over a little bit like this before, but this is not confident body language as she responds to this. Her level of emphasis was much stronger when talking about the possibility that she ran over him and doesn't remember. And I know these are tiny clips, and that's what's so challenging about this. And like I said, we're not trying to make a determination of whether or not she's innocent or guilty. I'm just talking about the impressions I get from her body language, and we're going to get so much more during the trial. But as we look at this, I have a lot of questions. There's a lot more I want to know about specifically what happened that night, and I would like to see her reactions to that. We're going to watch this sequence one last time, and then we're going to move on to the next clip.
Possible that
that's the thing that everybody has to keep in mind here, too. And I talked about this on the live last night, that everything that we've been privy to hear, there's going to be a lot more that comes out. You don't think that Karen's defense team hasn't dug in more to this and has more evidence to come out and to support that she's innocent and this is all frivolous charges? I mean, you're not hearing every single thing in these hearings. You're not hearing everything. You're not seeing everything that's been in print. I think that during this trial, you're gonna hear and see a lot of other things that your jaw is probably going to drop on the ground. And like I said, Karen's team is the dream team. It's the super team. They're not just going to sit back and go with what they have so far. Believe me, I'm sure they've dug into every single person that has been that was at 34 Fairview that night, and probably has a lot more things that we don't know about that will come out in this trial. Believe me. I mean, when you go to trial, it's like playing poker. You don't turn your cards and show everybody your cards right away. And believe me, I'm sure that the prosecution is going to have their little flips and tricks as well. But I'm very, very confident that Jackson, Yannetti, and Little are going to be ready for this. They will be prepared for any possible scenario And I'm feeling confident about it. I really am. It's just going to, bottom line, it's going to come down to this. Does the jury see it our way? Does the jury see the evidence this way? Does the jury see Karen Read is completely innocent of these frivolous charges, and this is a cover-up? It's all going to come down to them at the end of the day. All right, let's keep playing through this.
Might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV.
No, not possible.
So outside of the head shake, her body didn't move at all. And that's something that we look at, that when the freeze, flight, or fight system's engaged, when there's a fear of getting caught, we tend to stop moving. So once again, we got so much more to see during the trial. But now we're going to jump over to the video of her backing into another car. It's reported that this was at 5:07 a.m. So this would have been after she had allegedly run over John O'Keefe. And she's going to be the one backing up in the black car. I want you to watch her as she's driving.
Yeah, and she lunges forward. And we've gone through this a million times on my channel.
Okay, so the defense is saying that it's clear that she hit the other car, that you could see the other car move.
Yeah.
But I want you to watch her body language as she's doing this. I think that her head is turned there. It could be that she's looking at her side view mirror. She might be looking behind her. She hits the car and drives off. Now, what is odd is that she doesn't get out to check the damage. She doesn't get out to see if she hit the car. She doesn't throw her hands up. She doesn't stop.
Sorry. I have to disagree here. You are in a rush to find your boyfriend that didn't come home. The last thing on my mind at that point is to stop, get out of my car, go to the back. Did I scratch it? Did I damage it? Did I crack it? Did I dent it? No. I'm in a rush to get the hell out there and find my boyfriend that didn't call me nor come home. And the funny thing about it is the clip that you see, there's actually an extended clip of this. You can see during the extended clip, and I found it and have played it on this channel. When Karen turns out of John's driveway and takes that left, she is booking in that car to get back to 34 Fairview. So I got to disagree here. Sorry, Dr. G. I'm in a panic. I'm freaking out. I am getting in my SUV at that point and going to look for my spouse, my lover, whatever it is. I am out of there. I'm hightailing it. I don't care that I just backed into something. Believe me, I don't care. I want to find my significant other.
Stop. She doesn't look frustrated. She doesn't show anything. She just hits the car and drives off. That to me is unusual. So when we're talking about body language, there's different types of shock you would expect. You might expect her to put her hands on her head. You might expect her to show something. But there was no shock and no surprise when the car was hit. And that is strange. Let's watch this again, and we're going to talk more about it.
I don't think it's strange. I mean, you're in a panic. You're leaving. You're trying to get to your significant other at that point. I don't think it's strange at all. I wouldn't care. That's the least thing that I would worry about at that point.
So without skipping a beat, she pulled back from what the defense says, hit the other car, and just drove off. Didn't stop, didn't check to see if there was anything broken, didn't check to see if she had scratched her own car, just hit it and drove away.
Yeah, Pat makes a good point.
They also allege that this is
Pat
where
says your boyfriend is missing. Your taillight is the last priority. I have to agree with that, Pat. 100%, 100%, 100%.
Taillight was broken,
I don't care.
and I don't see any glass. So now maybe the quality's so low that you wouldn't see it. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that type of forensics, but
I have an enhanced video here on my channel. You can go back and watch it. I've enhanced the video here. I haven't docked it or anything. I actually zoomed in and blown it up, and you can see Karen's SUV hit John's SUV as it lunged forward, and you can see the taillight as well too on the way out.
Don't see any glass, so I think that is a little bit of a strange remark.
Well,
because as you can see right here,
sorry,
I mean, you can see very clearly where the taillight's broken. There's other photographs that show you what the taillight looks broken. So you can see right here that the taillight very much is broken, but you don't see any shards of taillight, and we don't see her reacting to striking another car, which begs the question, Okay, so let's say she wasn't surprised that she hit the other car. Would that in some way mean that she knew that her taillight was
She actually
broken, and that
lunges
she was
forward.
doing
If you
this as a
watch
way
it,
to
you can see her go
explain
forward. You can actually
why
see
the
if she
taillight
hits
was
it.
broken? Or was it just an accident? Let's take a closer look at her body language to see if you can see what I'm talking about. So there we go. She's backing up.
Yep, and she
Hits the
actually
car
lunges forward.
and immediately starts to drive off. There was no reaction whatsoever. Now, I haven't really been in a lot of car accidents, but I would think that I would have some reaction
This is
to
kinda
striking
goofy.
another car.
It's kind of
Even if not to get out to check it, at least have some reactions.
This is kind of goofy. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry,
I'm
Dr.
shocked.
G.
So if she wasn't
Can't
shocked,
agree with
does
you,
that
brother.
mean it was done intentionally? I guess we'll see what the prosecution has to say about this as the trial unfolds. But this, even though it was presented by the defense, I'm not sure works quite the way that they want it to, at least not for me. Now, the next part we're going to watch it.
All right, I'm not going to be able to play this part here. YouTube likes to demonetize when we play this part, so I'm going to bounce out of this. But just give you a little bit of the of what Dr. G's saying. I have to disagree with him with the taillight incident. I mean, at that point, you are fully committed to finding your significant other at that point. They didn't come home. They didn't call. You've been calling them, texting them. They're not responding. My idea at that point is get in my car as quick as possible, go back to the last possible place that you saw each other, drive back there and figure out what's going on. So I have to disagree with that. Let's see. Not much going on Tom's stream right now. But I know last night when I was playing some clips, we were reviewing some older clips, and I actually came across the arraignment video, and a lot of people in the chat have not seen that. So I want to give it, I think it's a good precursor as to what got us here, and I will play the arraignment so we can sit back and watch that, and then I'll check in with Tom's CPU in about 9:30ish, and that should take us right up to the courtroom stream. So welcome in, everybody. Thank you all for being here on LTL. I appreciate it this morning. Welcome moderators, new members, and if you want your chat to stick out, you can hit the super chat button there, and I have many other ways that you can support as well. My link is posted up above, and the annoying chat bot will keep dropping some links in the chat as well. But thank you all for being here. Let's take some time and look back how we all got here, in the arraignment. If anybody didn't see, we got the fly on the wall camera here up in back of me. So second position camera right now. We're going to ultimately probably have 3 overall once new computers in here, but I could sneak this little webcam on, and I kind of call that the fly on the wall, so you could see what the studio looks like. We got the big table in front of me, the 2 chairs on the side. When people come in, we'll get the microphone set up here soon, and we'll be able to start actually having live guests in here. So I'm super excited. Oh, I forgot to turn my light on, by the way. Let's get that all lit up. There we go. Got the neon on underneath the TV. Thank you for being here, and let's just pull that out for now, but we'll pull up the arraignment and we will go through that. All right, here we go.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm advising you pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58. Should you be charged with a crime or violate a release condition while this case is pending, you could be held in the House of Correction for up to 90 days without bail. Good morning, Mr. Netti. Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Real quick, just want to pull this up. Katie, thank you so much for the $9.99. Katie says, I love the new setup, and I'm loving it here. You know, it was funny, and I'll address this a little bit. There was some Twitter twits this morning that were saying, it doesn't take a fancy studio to create content, and this person's proof of that, and this person's proof of that. The thing is here, I'm pursuing my dream. This is something that I've always wanted to do, to put forth when I started doing YouTube, I wanted to have a nice studio to come into, to allow people to come in and sit here and have a face-to-face conversation. If all of you know that are subscribers here for a long time on my channel, I did this out of my bedroom. And I've been blessed with the opportunity, with the support in grinding here on YouTube, to be able to take this and translate what I've made here on YouTube into this studio. This is what I want to do. I mean, there's nothing wrong with pursuing your dream, and we're going to give it a shot. And if it doesn't work out, well, hell, I had a good time and I had a lot of laughs, and and to spend time with all you fine people. That's really, what I like to do, and bring truth. And and present these cases through my eyes to all of you. That's why you come here. But there's nothing wrong, you know, and that's why I laugh at these people. You know, they always have to take a shot at you, but are they doing anything? Are you really doing anything? No, you're not. You're sitting in your basement and you're just sitting here because, I don't know, you're jealous or whatever the hell it is. I don't know. But I wanted to do this. It was something that I wanted to do for myself, to elevate this platform and be able to sit down with people face to face. There's nothing wrong with pursuing a dream. If this is your dream, go for it. You have nothing to lose, and you only have one life to live in this life. You know, there's nothing wrong with doing that. I don't know. If you like crocheting, then fucking crochet. I don't know what to tell you. But this is what I want to do. I don't want to work for a corporate company for the rest of my life, and there's nothing wrong with pursuing a dream. And I put a lot into this. Believe me, I do. Let me just go up here. Katie says she loves the new setup. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We just had another super chat come through from Crying Sleuthin 20. Says, I was at the grocery store checking out when I got a call that my son was hit by a car. I ran to my car and I booked it out of the parking lot, grazing a pole and losing my side mirror. Didn't gaff, which is give an F, about my car. So I do see your point. Absolutely. You're in a panic mode. You haven't talked to your significant other, a family member or whatever the night before. Okay. You've called them, you're texting and they're not responding. What is the first thing that you're going to do? You're going to get in that car and go as immediately as fast as you can. I'll share a story with you. Back a few years ago, my mom had a stroke and I was at work, was working, and I got a call from her next door neighbor and said, you need to come now and you need to come quick. Your mom is being rushed to the hospital. I think that she had a stroke. I got in my car and drove as fast as I could to get to the hospital. It didn't matter. I don't care if I hit someone. I don't care if I broke a speeding law. And I don't care if I ran through a red light. That's what you do. When you love someone, that's what you do. Everything at that point doesn't matter. You just go from A to B as quick as possible to be there for your loved one. And I, you know, I agree. You don't care at that point. You absolutely don't care. So yeah, Crime Sleuthin, thank you so much for the 20, and you make a phenomenal point. MGI, thank you so much for the $3 super sticker. I appreciate that. I just don't want to miss. Did I get anything else I missed? MJI says hard work pays off. It absolutely does. I mean, hard work pays off. If this is what you do, then go for it. There's nothing wrong, like I said, pursuing a dream. All right, let's get back to the arraignment, and then we'll check in with Tom CPU here in a couple minutes.
Good morning, Ron.
All right. Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, with the court permission, could I just pull the mask?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is requesting that the court set a cash bail in this matter in the amount of $50,000 with some additional conditions. Those conditions being the bail warnings as just read by Your Honor to the defendant, as well as conditions that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's family, that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's residence, and that she be prohibited from operating a motor vehicle during the pendency of this case. In support of that request, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would cite the nature and circumstances of the offense, as well as the potential penalty that the defendant faces, particularly with reference to the manslaughter charge and the leaving the scene of personal injury and death, the latter being a bind over. The facts of this case, Your Honor, essentially on Friday, this past Friday into Saturday, January 29th, at approximately 6:04 a.m., the Canton Police Department received a 911 call.
So if anybody's just coming in, we're watching the original arraignment and just taking us all up to what got us here. I just checked in with Tom CPU. There's not much going on there right now, but I'm sure that he will get the arrival of Karen. I'll go live. I'll cut into his live. I have permission to do that. I asked him last night while I was on my show. He said, sure. So we'll cut in live. We'll watch Karen walking into the courtroom, and then I will be streaming the opening statements here today. I want to thank everybody for being here. If it's your first time over here, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe this stream, and we'll keep playing through the original arraignment here.
From a woman reporting a male party subsequently identified as the decedent and victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, who was found in the snow at a residence on Fairview Road. At the time of the 911 call, there was heavy snow and the temperature was in the teens. Officers Saraf and Mullaney of the Canton Police were dispatched to the scene along with Canton Fire and EMS. Officer Saraf was the first to arrive on scene and observed 3 females waving at him. If you were standing on the roadway looking at the property, the 3 females were in the left corner of that property. Officer Saraf observed the victim lying on the ground as 2 of the females were performing CPR. The 3 females on scene were subsequently identified as the defendant before you, Ms. Karen Reed, Ms. Jennifer McCabe, and Ms. Kerry Roberts. Officer Saraf observed the victim to be cold to the touch, no signs of breath, and returned to his cruiser to retrieve his AED device. At this time, Canton Fire and EMS arrived on scene and took over first aid. Paramedics then transported the victim to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, where he was determined to be deceased several hours later. Several detectives from the Canton Police arrived on scene moments after the 911 call. They began to search within the snowbanks for any evidence, at which point they discovered a broken cocktail-style glass and multiple patches of red substance that appeared to be blood in the vicinity. They secured the glass and 6 blood samples from that area as evidence. Troopers from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, specifically Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor, then arrived at the scene and began the process. They also spoke to several witnesses. Specifically, they spoke to Ms. Jennifer McCabe. She stated that the evening prior, they were...
Now, keep in mind, at this point, Karen was kind of on her own. It really was just Karen and David Unetti. Jackson hadn't even been hired yet. And there was really no one except for her family in her corner at this point. And then as this got brought out and exposed and Turtle Boy printed that first story, I mean, this is where it caught fire and it blew up. And I have to say, you know, if it wasn't for Turtle Boy, all the people that are streaming, all the people that have been doing these live streams and keeping up with this case, if it wasn't for him, you know, we wouldn't be on it as tight as we are. I mean, I did hear about this. I did hear about this when this originally happened. Something that I kept in my memory bank. And then when I started hearing more about it, I started doing some streams. And when I started doing the streams, after about the 3rd or 4th, when you start obviously searching Karen Reed, what comes up in your algorithm? It was Turtle Boy. And I went, wow, I know who that is. I'm gonna have to check out what he's saying about this. And then I went back and I watched Framed and I watched all the lives that he was doing on his channel. And I said, hey, I got to have him on here and talk about this. And that's kind of how mine and his, you know, world collided. And I'm very thankful for everything that he's done over here on LTL and having that opportunity while he was away to guest host on his channel. It was a extremely high honor to be able to do that. And, you know, we will continue to support him here. Absolutely. Because if it wasn't him digging in and finding out what he has found out and publishing and putting it out there, I mean, we wouldn't know about all this stuff. It would be a completely different world. All right, so let's go back to the original arraignment.
Some friends were at the Waterfall bar located within the town of Canton. She stated she and her husband arrived there at approximately 9 p.m. At approximately 11 p.m., the victim and the defendant arrived at the Waterfall bar together. She indicated to the troopers that the victim and the defendant had been in a dating relationship for the last 2 years and that the defendant often stayed at the victim's house most nights, is what she described it as. She observed the defendant walk into the bar holding a glass cup from C.F. McCarthy's, which is a bar located across the street from the Waterfall, with a clear liquid inside and what she believed to be a vodka soda drink. She observed the victim to be wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers. The victim and defendant had been at C.F. McCarthy's across the street before coming to the Waterfall bar, as I stated.
Court will start at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 45 minutes from now. I'm going to check in with Tom. Not much going on Tom's stream right now. He's kind of just in a stable, singular position, but we'll keep playing through this.
She stated that
and I will check back in with him.
Appeared to be in a good mood, not observing any arguing amongst the two. Described the atmosphere within the bar as friendly amongst the patrons. She indicated as the bar began to close down, everyone was invited back to that residence on Fairview Road. She observed the defendant and the victim leave the Waterfall bar together. As the group was exiting, the victim texted Ms. McCabe, where to, at 12:14 a.m. She replied with the address on Fairview Road. At 12:18, 4 minutes later, the victim called her to ask where specifically the house was located on Fairview Road. While inside the residence, she observed a black SUV.
All right, Karen is there right now.
Residence on Fairview Road.
I'm going to pause this and go over to Tom's stream. So let me pull that up. And I will go back. I missed a little bit of it. I'm sorry, I was on a little bit of a delay here. Let's go back and see Karen arriving. Vinnie Politan out front today. Look at this, full Vinnie. All right, here we go.
And they want to say we're paying to make how much we need these signs, right? United citizens.
Rita. You had Rita on the show last night.
Politics transcends age, transcends geographic. This is the best. These people represent the best Americans in this country. The best. We don't care what the political affiliation is. This is all about truth and justice. And that's the American way. So, innocent, deliver justice. And we trust the justice system. Even though we have a woman that has been framed, we trust the judge. We trust the judicial system to do the right thing. We pray that the justice system is going to do the right thing because there's a mountain of exculpatory evidence for Cameron.
And what's your guys' plan? What are you yelling to the cars and to the people? Is it
We're yelling, free Cameron Reed! 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 And we got Karen Reed. Right, free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Get a screenshot of that. That probably come out good. You know what I'm saying? Get a screenshot. Pull it from that.
What?
You pull it. Get a screenshot from that.
And we know from this case that Karen Reed wasn't the first. Don't we?
Vinnie's
Don't
Vinnie
we?
Politan.
Yes, we do. How many people are in jail right now because they could not raise the funds to defend themselves, so they had to cop a plea? How many? Too many. Too many. Sean Ellis, the Sean Ellis case of 1993, trial 4. Watch trial 4. 20 years later, Karen Reed.
Vinnie Politan. Where is it? Black shirt. Oh. Excuse me, Vinnie. How are you, my friend? Welcome to Boston.
It's Vinnie.
What do you think about the Karen Reed trial, sir?
There are more people here at the beginning of this case than at the beginning of Johnny Depp's trial.
That's right.
That's the difference. I mean, right from the get-go, I've never seen a story or a case where there's been this much anticipation for the beginning. It's right there with Alec Murdoch, O.J. Simpson, and those types of cases. But very interesting. I was here 23 years ago for another trial, and I didn't see any of you guys here for that one. That was a Dirk Griner, but yeah. But this.
What do you think about the buffer zone? They're pushing us back away from the stairs.
Well, they're just trying to keep everybody safe, I think, right? That's what they said, right? I've seen it in other cases. I saw it in the Derek Chauvin case. They had a big buffer zone.
You want to be?
It was more. It was more. It was actually more.
Well, that was.
Well, they're worried. So everyone's just being safe. That's all. But I'm in the middle of a sea of pink here.
How long do you think the trial will go, Vinnie?
6 weeks.
You think it'll go 6 weeks all the way?
6 weeks.
Okay.
Well, I think it will, especially since you're not doing full weeks. You got 2 half days. So 2 half days make it a little bit longer.
What do you think of Karen's defense team?
Alan Jackson, I've covered him before when he was a prosecutor.
Okay.
Phil Spector.
Yeah. I know Phil. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he took him down. No, Alan's really
He did?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Then he represented that actor in Cape Cod. What's his name?
Oh, Kevin Spacey.
What's his name? Kevin
Spacey.
Spacey? Yeah, Kevin Spacey.
Yep.
I knew it was Spacey, but I was just yeah. So no, he's a good lawyer. I mean,
he's phenomenal.
No, he's really
And then
good.
Harvey Weinstein too, right?
Did he prosecute?
Yeah,
let's
What about Mr. Yannetti?
So here's the question: is everyone going to be here every day for 6 weeks? Or go back and forth because it looks like some people have jobs.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, my schedule will probably be a mix. And again, I work a full-time job, so I'm going to try to do my best to get down there as much as I can, and I'll mostly do recaps throughout the week. But I'm going to probably next day off, I'll probably go down there. in person. I really wanted to be here today. It's not that I didn't want to be out there to support, of course, but I wanted to be here to stream the opening statements because I thought it would be important to make sure that it's very clear for everybody. And I wanted to provide a stream to sit through and have a very productive chat as we go through this. But let's watch Karen here and her arrival in a couple of minutes.
So in addition to getting paid for making signs and paid to be in protest, we're getting paid for taking vacation days and sick days. Not. We're doing this because of our love for our country and democracy.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
That's a tough subject for people. She thinks that we're getting paid and we're not. These people are using their own money to make their own signs, their own shirts, their own buttons. Everything is out of our pocket. So Julie Grant was wrong.
We're going to be watching the trial though, because
right here,
the public is not permitted.
Here, streaming it
On your phone?
Yep.
Yeah, we listen to it better out here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For TV app.
Right. So people,
Vinny, it looks like a rock
yeah,
star.
except Julie Grant and Wendy.
Yeah.
But
Wendy?
yeah, Wendy. Yeah.
Wow. This is,
So thank you for coming to Boston, Vinny.
we're very happy.
Appreciate it.
Welcome. But
There's plenty of.
thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So
yeah, can I get a picture with you?
It's just look that way. Not a good look. I can't. I would, as civilians, I can't take pictures.
All right.
I know you can't.
I can't take pictures with pink because you know what happens if I take pictures with pink?
Like Ted
Somebody
Daniels
puts on
got rap
social
on
media and
for
says that
something.
I'm cheering for somebody.
But you're in the middle of it. You're surrounded.
I'm covering
We're
the
all gonna give
story.
you one hug at one time.
I'm covering the story.
That's right. It's a murder trial going on right over there.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
Good to see everyone. Thank you.
Listen, Vinny. Oh,
Okay, Karen's arrival. Look at Tom running. Tommy, God bless him. Oh, Tom, you're great. God bless you, Tom. There's Alan Jackson. Liz Little. Here comes Karen. So, brother.
look at him, Karen.
Oh. David Yannetti, father.
Thank you, my friend. Good to see you.
Mom.
God bless.
Good camera work, Tommy. Get past that mainstream media.
We love you, Karen.
Karen, did you get to get up there front?
Stand tall. Yo, excuse us.
Down in front. You guys blocking the way, walking up. That just blows. You guys should know better.
No scores. That was an innocent woman. Innocent woman.
It's hard not to tear up.
No, I have this Mary comes with my kid's great aunt. She's a nun in.
Real quick, let me, I'm an emotional guy. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I put a lot of work into what we've done here to help continue to spread the word that Karen Read is factually innocent, that we've built this community. And it's hard. It's hard not to tear up. Listen, I'm emotionally invested in this. I tend to try not to get emotionally invested in these cases, and this one hits home. This one hits hard. And it's just not somewhere where you want to see Karen Read right now. Shouldn't have to be walking into a courtroom to defend herself. The real people should be arrested and should be walking in the courtroom this morning. But let's see what Rita has to say here. We see TB out there. See what Rita has to say here.
Cameroon to us, and I feel really great. I know God is touching on this side, and I know
Just pass it through the sidewalk, pass through. Keep it out of the sidewalk.
God bless. Tom?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Vinny?
Got to keep the front.
Yeah. Please. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's up, big guy?
I've been watching your stream every day.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
quiet online.
That's okay.
I knew who you were.
But you're watching. That's all right.
Yeah. Well, you do it for us, right?
That's right. Now you. What do you think about it now? The experience that you've been here.
Massica, look at it.
Isn't it something else? And everyone's so nice.
Massica checks in. Says, bro, I cried last night when I saw the 5-minute video of TB uploaded. Yeah, I mean, this is emotional. This is very, very emotional. And it's going to change. This could potentially change a lot of, especially what goes on here in Massachusetts. There's a lot riding on this case, a lot riding on it. And, all that corruption is going to be exposed at the end of the day here. It's not going to look good. It's not going to look good. Believe me, a lot of people will be affected by this. Not only the people in the Karen Read circle, but people outside that circle, possibly with officers or investigators that were leads on other cases. They're going to have to start looking into that when this all comes out. All right, let's go back to the feed here, Tommy's feed, and then it will take us right up to 10 a.m. for court.
Really?
It's a very peaceful vibe here.
It is. It's just really, really nice.
Excuse me.
Been here before, right? I know. Thank you much. Thank you much. Oh.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's actually beautiful. What a nice day. Yep. No, I don't see no. Yeah. What's up, Nick?
What's happening, Tom? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good.
What do you think about her walking in?
It's good as always, man. Nothing's gonna change. The facts aren't changing. Every day she comes here, it's gonna be the same story.
Rocco.
She didn't do it.
V13.
That ain't
Thank
gonna
you so
change.
much for 3 on Cash App. If anybody wants to support, my links are dropping throughout the chat. I would appreciate it. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah, they're gonna make her boots or her shoes or something like that. Oh, cool. Yeah, exactly.
So let me check on the poll here. I put a poll up about 39 minutes ago. We got 418 votes. I asked, how you feeling today? 51% say confident, 24% nervous, and then I put a kind of neither worried nor confident, 25%. Thank you for all participating in that poll. All right, let's get back to the live feed here. That's going to take us right up to court. We'll stay with Tommy here and hang out.
Make sure you stay for their age.
Well, think of it under the microscope, right?
They're gonna pick at for anything other than knowing, like, yeah, we can.
What do you think, Scott? Pretty good?
Nick wanted me to give an interview to this woman.
Well, go get it. We need you there, bud.
Nick's going now.
Yeah. Is that Channel 7? Oh, it's Inside Edition.
You want to jump in there behind her? We're trying to just get a group of supporters.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Excuse me.
Renee.
Yeah, I told Renee she was going to go get a sign. Renee,
Renee,
come here.
come on.
Yeah, come stand with me. Yeah, stand behind me. Right here. She's gonna hide. Look at it.
Renee. Come on, Renee.
Okay, so Nick, you established you didn't know Karen Reed before this. Why did you care so much to follow along and join this movement?
I have 3 kids myself, and after seeing a lot of the stuff that Turtle Boy was putting out, it was pretty obvious that something was wrong here. Even if it was one-sided at that point, there was enough of the one side that made me question it. And I wanted to look further into it, and the more and more stuff that came out, it really just irked me. It didn't sit well with me. I wanted to make a change, and I wanted to do something more than just say free Karen Reed or make a Facebook status. So that is how I got involved with all of the fundraising for her.
And so you actually raised what, over $100,000 to help with her legal fees?
To date, the movement has raised $159,000.
Nice. Wow.
It's continuing. We do these popcorn fundraisers. We just sold $30,000 worth of popcorn in 4 days, and we received $15,000 of that gets deposited into her defense fund. So I set a goal in the way beginning of this. I wanted to raise $5,000. Now the new goal is $200,000. So we'll get there. Way before this trial is over, we will get there and hopefully exceed that number as well.
And why do you believe that Karen Reed is innocent?
The facts are on her side. The FBI does not investigate conspiracies.
Yeah,
They did not just get a piece of paper handed on their desk from David Yannetti because he's a nice man, and they were like, we're going to do you a favor, and we're just going to look into this. That's not how that works. They have to have facts.
I'm just going to step out and use the restroom real quick. I'll keep playing
the fact that they opened a federal investigation and a federal grand jury and had all these witnesses come to this federal grand jury that are all involved in Karen's case is not because of conspiracy. It's because somebody inside that house killed John O'Keefe, and it was not Karen Reed because she was not in that house.
What do all of the supporters want Karen Reed to know? You just saw her walk into court today. I'm sure this is obviously a very big day for her. What do you want her to know?
She knows. She knows that we all got her back. There's no doubt in my mind. Every court date she's at, there's people out here. And I've told people before, you can guarantee at least 10 people out here every single day. But for the next 6 to 8 weeks, it's going to happen. You're not going to not have people out here. We may be pushed back behind a buffer zone, but we're still going to be here. And she knows it. Her family knows it. And they feel the love. And if you've noticed today, there is no anti-Karen Reed here because the facts aren't on their side. The only anti-Karen Reed people are fake names on Twitter because they can hide behind it. This trial's not over yet. It's just beginning. It could go one way or another. And I have my name written all over this. And if somehow, some way, which I don't believe it's going to happen, a guilty verdict was to come out, my name is on this, right? So, but I still take pride in that. And I stand behind what I believe in. And that's why I continue to fight for this and do whatever I can, whether it's be out here, raising money, or just getting the word out there. I do whatever I can.
And so the supporters are dedicated to be out here every single day of this trial?
100%. Absolutely. 100%.
Have you ever spoken to her? What did she say?
I have spoken to Karen, yes. She's very grateful for all the support she gets. She's very grateful for the Facebook group that we run. We have about 30,000 people in that group as of now. And everybody in there is a supporter. That's where all the information goes, and you make sure all the documents are in there so people can stay up to date with it. But she knows, and the Reed family knows, that they have 100% support by the state of Massachusetts. And actually now the country. There are people, when I was selling bracelets, I was sending them to Arizona, Minnesota, California, and Florida. So it's out there, and there's no coming back from that now.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Really appreciate your time.
Good job.
Good job, Nick. Nailed it. Good answer.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Where's Scott? Scott McGinnis. Scotty. Guy in a shirt and tie is good. Yep. This is where we burn him down to the ground, buddy. You got this.
I don't know. SCOTMCTY.
Okay. And Scott, do you know Karen Reed personally before all of this?
No.
No. What got you so passionately involved?
Probably when Turtle Boy's first story came out last April, part 1 of the series, where after I read his first article, I was like, yeah, something's afoot, something's wrong.
Yeah.
And I've been to every court date since July.
Yeah, taking time out of your day to come support somebody that you've never even met. Yeah. Why do you believe so passionately that Karen Reed is innocent?
Well, me and a lot of people in the movement believe that Karen Reed's being framed. We believe Officer John O'Keefe entered Officer Brian Albert's home. Some sort of fight, melee took place. The homeowner's dog got involved, and we believe that they weren't planning to kill John, but it got out of hand. And then they panicked, and they literally staged his body on the lawn sometime later that morning. And I didn't even think their original plan was to blame Karen Reed. They probably had ideas like he got hit by a plow or something, but then their story changed to Karen Reed backing into Officer O'Keefe. But his injuries don't match being hit by a vehicle. The FBI has been chasing this DA's office for 2 years. The FBI has done their own independent investigation of the investigation. Trooper Michael Proctor of DA Michael Morris's office is under internal affairs investigation. There's something rotten in Denmark here. There's something not right at all. And I think that's what's got everybody together on this movement. We feel like an innocent woman being railroaded by a corrupt district attorney's office and a corrupt group of Massachusetts state police detectives.
Do you live in the area? Do you live in Mass?
I live about an hour northwest of here.
Okay.
In another county.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, thank you so much. You'll be here every day as long as you can.
No, unfortunately, this is going to be sporadic from this point forward. I can't make every.
He has been here every day. Every day. Yep.
Scott's a champion.
Yeah.
Scott's a rock.
I'm retired from. I work in the summers.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been playing hooky. I haven't gone back.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Good job, Scott. Good job, Scott, man. Always good job.
Okay. We got to go into court and try to get our camera plugged in.
How about one more? Can you do one more?
Are you guaranteed?
So we're working with Court TV. They're giving us their feed.
Perfect.
So,
Okay,
but we have to do that as soon as possible. They were just calling me.
It's okay. We can wait. Just one.
We're gonna be here all day.
You have my number. You have my number. Lucy has my number. Yep.
They literally just called me.
Go ahead. Yes, go. That's, yeah. Yeah.
Call me, whatever
Yeah. Good job. All right.
I just don't want to bail on her. I don't want to do it, so I'm kind of happy. Messaged me, and I kind of was like,
I'm gonna probably go down on Friday.
Wasn't that awesome? Wasn't that good?
I'm gonna go Friday.
If you want me.
whenever I can drag T. Morrissey's name through the mud, I'm more than happy.
It deserves to be dragged through the mud.
Is that a
You know
helicopter?
what I mean?
You know I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, I know. We're all fans of that guy. Wow. Thank you very much.
Probably what I'll do is I'm gonna go down Friday, watch Karen walk in, hang out for a little bit, and then probably come back maybe when they break for lunch and stream the other half of the trial for that day. Or what do they do on Friday? They do a full day on Friday or just a half day? If it's a full day on Friday after the lunch break, I'll come back and stream the second half of it. But I'm definitely going to go down there on Friday. I wanted to be there today, but I think I really wanted to listen to opening statements and just be here with all of you today. So I think I honestly made the right choice today. I'm there in spirit, of course, and we're there watching through the live as well too. But Friday, I'm definitely going to go there Friday.
Oh.
Where Tom is now. This is live.
I'll take care of it. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I just wish, there were more seats for people.
Yeah.
There's none.
Yeah.
We are.
With some more seats. I can't. Yeah. Oh my God. What a beautiful day. Love the car. Love it. 82? 84. Sorry. 305?
Tom.
Sorry? 305? Engine.
Let's throw Tommy some money.
305. Yeah.
All right, live feed for court is
You
starting
know,
already.
I used to buy
Probably
these
gonna
cheap
bump over there
cheap
in a second.
beat the heck out of them in the winter. The winter beaters, yeah.
This is a
Nice car, bud. Beautiful car.
I hear sound coming in. No
Nice
video
car.
yet, though. And I'll go over once immediately when it starts.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Thank you all for being here this morning. Make sure to
Absolutely
like, share, and
crazy.
subscribe.
For whatever reason.
Going live soon once court starts.
It's insane.
Opening statements here on LTL Media.
Whatever reason. All right, there's that. See Karen giving everybody hugs this morning? All right. So if I go...
All right, we're still waiting for court to start. It starts at 10 a.m. I do have the feed about another 15 minutes.
Oh, I get it. Hold on.
Is feed freeze? What's going on?
Hold on, guys. I got it. Hold on. Hold on. Everybody be good. Go. Live at 10 o'clock. Nothing happening yet.
I don't know, Tommy, I think his feed froze. All right, we're waiting still about another 15 minutes for Karen's the hearing to start in court. Hopefully you have good audio. I'm going to crank it up as much as I can.
Where's my thing here? I want that.
Tom. Uh-oh, Tom's gone. Where'd Tom go? His stream just went black. All right, we'll cut into... Oh, here we go. Is he back? Looks like he's back. I'm going to cut into the court feed here in a minute. Opening statements. Excuse me. All right, not much going on in Tommy's feed. I'm going to bring up the court feed here. I got Law and Crime. If that doesn't work out, I'll grab another stream. Bring this up on the big screen. So thank you. Welcome in, everybody. If this is your first time over to LTL, I appreciate it. LTL stands for Let's Talk Live. That's what we do here. And today we're covering the Karen Read trial, the opening statements in the Karen Read trial. We've been banging out streams here for close to a year, getting behind this case and out there in full support of Karen Read. So I just want to be transparent with everybody up front. Yes, I know everybody is innocent will prove guilty, all that. But, I stand fully behind Karen and her team. I believe that she is being completely railroaded and framed in this case. And just want to be upfront and honest with everybody. But please feel free to chat and we'll chat along. We're going to wait for Law and Crime to bring this up. If this stream doesn't sound good or look good, I'll try some of the other streams, but I'm probably going to be pretty sure that they've ironed out all the details. And then I have some tricks here to kind of turn up the volume as well. We'll check in on the fly on the wall cam. Let's see. Fly on the wall cam. Look at that. One of the positions here. We'll get some other cameras set up in here pretty soon, and then we can start getting some live guests in the studio. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Let's go to some of the chats. Let's see. Vanessa says she's going to stay over here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Listen, I mean, it's all going to be the same thing. It's all going to be the feed. It's just what creator you want to be with. I would hope and thank everybody for staying here, but I'm going to pretty much not talk. I'm going to minimize and not talk today. So if you want to stream that's not going to be talked over, that's what I plan on doing here. Let's see. Good morning. How are you? Thank you for being here. Just Debbie says Tom is so cute. No court on Friday. Okay, doesn't look like we're going to court then. Then we can recap everything on my girlfriend's house. Our court was full days Monday through Wednesday and Friday, and half days Tuesday, Thursday. That's what I thought as well too. Love and Heal says, I'm really thrilled that LTL having a professional space to work from. Thank you. I appreciate that. DV says, great coverage. Love your show and what you bring. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're just waiting again for the feed to come up here. Let's see if we have any audio. No audio yet. We got about another 10 minutes here. I know what I can do in the interim. Let's go back to the arraignment. I know a lot of people hadn't seen that. A lot of people said they haven't seen that. I can bring up the arraignment, play through a little bit of that again, if I can find it. So this is not live court right now. This is the original arraignment. We'll play some of this until we get the live feed in the court.
Texted the victim at 12:31 a.m. hello, and at 12:40 a.m. texted pull up behind me. She then observed the black SUV move from the initial place the vehicle stopped on the street near the driveway and then proceeds to the left side of the property. At 12:45 a.m., she texted the victim hello again and then observed the black SUV drive away. She stated that they discovered the victim in the area where she last observed the SUV on the left side of the property as facing from the street. And at approximately 4:53 a.m., she received a phone call from the defendant looking for the victim.
Just to let everybody know, this is not live court right now. This is the original arraignment. We'll play this up until live court starts because a lot of people hadn't seen this.
She indicated that the defendant was distraught and drove to her house. The defendant indicated to Ms. McCabe that she last remembered seeing the victim at the Waterfall Bar. Ms. McCabe then informed the defendant that she observed the victim and her leave the bar together. Ms. McCabe then drove the defendant's vehicle from her house back to the victims because the defendant was too hysterical to drive and had the other friend, Ms. Carrie Roberts, follow them. While driving to the victim's house, the defendant stated to Ms. McCabe, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Ms. McCabe stated that the defendant told her about a cracked taillight on her vehicle. Once they arrived at the victim's home, the defendant had Ms. McCabe looked at that same cracked taillight. Ms. McCabe described the passenger side right rear taillight as cracked. They then both entered Ms. Roberts' vehicle to look for the victim, with the defendant seated in the back as Ms. Roberts drove, and Ms. McCabe was seated in the front passenger seat. Ms. McCabe stated that they turned onto Fairview Road from Chapman Street. At the time, it was snowing heavily, creating poor visibility. Ms. McCabe stated that just prior to the residence on Fairview Road, there was a cluster of trees, and immediately the defendant stated that she saw the victim. Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts were not able to see the victim and were initially confused by the defendant's statement. Ms. McCabe stated that Ms. Roberts began wiping snow off of the victim as the defendant laid on top of him for warmth and then began CPR. The troopers then proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital to view the victim. They observed approximately 6 bloodied lacerations varying in length on his right arm, the cuts extending from his forearm to his bicep. Both of the victim's eyes were swollen shut and black and blue. They observed a cut to the right eyelid area of the victim.
Sounds like he's been in a fight.
Observed his clothing to be blue jeans, an orange t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt, and boxer shorts that were saturated with blood and vomit. They observed one black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo on the sides belonging to the victim. On the 31st, the troopers attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor performed the autopsy. Dr. Scorty below advised of several abrasions to the right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above the right eye, a cut to the left side of his nose, approximately 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding.
Sounds like he's been in a fight.
His pancreas was a dark red color, indicating that hypothermia was a contributing factor to his death. On January 29th, the troopers conducted several other interviews, including Ms. Roberts. During the course of Ms. Roberts' interview, she indicated that she was initially contacted by the defendant, Ms. Reed, at 5 a.m., that she answered the phone to hear the defendant state, "John's dead. Terry, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow." The troopers also on the 29th proceeded to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, Massachusetts, where they located the involved vehicle, which is a 2021 black Lexus SUV. That vehicle was ultimately seized and taken back to the Canton Police Department, where it was processed by various factions of the state police. Their observations of that black SUV indicated a crack in the right rear taillight. They did speak with the defendant. She indicated that she had met with the victim at the C.F. McCarthy's bar in Canton at approximately 9 p.m. on the 29th, that he was there with several friends prior to her arrival. She stated the victim was consuming beer and she was drinking vodka sodas. She described the glassware she was drinking out of as a vase style. She stated she and the victim left C.F. McCarthy's and went to the waterfall, that she did not. She indicated to the troopers that she did not leave C.F. McCarthy's or enter the waterfall bar with a glass or drink. She stated that she and the victim were at the waterfall for approximately 1 hour. During that time, there were no altercations and no injuries, no cuts or abrasions that occurred with the victim. She indicated that they left the waterfall and were invited to the house on Fairview Road. She stated that she dropped the victim at the house on Fairview and went home since she was having stomach issues at the previous bar. She stated that she dropped the victim off. She made a 3-point turn in the street and left. Did not see the victim enter the house.
Yes, this is not live right now. We're watching the arraignment, the original arraignment, and this will take us up to live court. We got about a 5-minute break, so we'll just wait for that to start. Let's keep playing through.
She indicated that she first observed the broken taillight in the morning and did not know how she broke it the previous evening. She indicated that she discovered the victim in the morning. She observed him lying face up, snow on his legs, eyes swollen, and blood coming from his nose and mouth, and that she provided mouth-to-mouth upon her arrival. Further indicated that throughout the night, she'd been calling and texting the victim numerous times with no response. Officers also interviewed several first responders, including firefighter paramedic from the town of Canton, indicated that she arrived on scene, observed the victim's condition, went to speak to the defendant in regard to any sort of prior medical issues or causality of the injuries that she observed to his face, to which the defendant then made several statements to her indicating, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." As I mentioned, the black Lexus SUV was seized. There were fragments of broken glass that were observed on the rear bump of the vehicle. The rear right passenger side taillight was shattered, pieces missing from the red and clear areas. On the right side of the rear tailgate, a deep scratch and minor dent was observed. On the right side of the rear bumper, above a small red light, 2 scratches were observed in one area where paint was chipped off. Troopers from the collision analysis and reconstruction section of the state police performed several tests on the vehicle, including a rapid acceleration, forward and reverse, noting that there was no deficiencies with the braking system. They also implemented the use of a training figure resembling a human approximately 6 feet in height that was placed behind this Lexus. It was operated by members of the cars unit and documented with video. The vehicle was placed in reverse and started to travel towards said training figure.
All right, court has started. We're going to go in live to opening statements here. I have my notepad today. I'm going to be taking some notes throughout this day today. So they're already at sidebar. Bev has already called them to sidebar. So we're just waiting for the feed to come back. And here we go. Day one. Day one, everybody. We are live right now. I want to welcome everybody in. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. That is Karen's family right there. Again, all the attorneys are at sidebar right now. And we are live. And I might switch over to the Channel 10 feed because I don't want to watch that crawl all day on Law and Crime Network. Let me see what else we got here. I know I got my crawl there, but seeing a double crawl is going to probably it's going to whack people out. I'm going to go over to the 10 feed right now. You can see they're actually scrolling through the galley. Let me turn this up. That's better. And we'll crank the sound a little bit today too. No, sidebar is usually just attorneys, and then they will relay information back. They'll, they can have, when they sit back down at the table, they can give Karen a brief of what they might have been talking about. But she won't have privilege to sidebar. But I'm sure she'll, they'll fill her in. And we're just waiting here. Be right back. I'll keep the feed up. Be right back. All right, sorry. It is so toasty in here. Oh boy. It is toasty. Such a temperature difference when I come out, because all the lighting in here, it's hot. And then you go out in the hallway and it's like freezing, even though it's probably pretty warm out there, but you're just so used to being warm in here. Again, we're just waiting for court to start. It's Karen's family there. Brother, father, and mother. I wish I could crack the window, but it would be too noisy. Yeah, I do have a couple of fans going in here. I actually have a cooler. The building is slated, I think, to get air conditioning in like a couple of weeks. It just gets warm in here. But I have a little cooler, which is kind of neat. You put some ice packs in it and just run it. It's kind of like an air conditioner. So that'll change the situation. But it's warm with the lights in here. Again, I don't have anything muted. They're just at sidebar right now. We're just waiting for the live feed, the audio to come in, and then trial to start. Yeah, they were allowed the tech guy. I saw Rogue talking about that. Yeah. Is Grant. Hey, it's funny, you know, and people ask me about my press credentials. So here's a funny story. I applied for the press credentials probably 4 times. I sent them directly to the lady, and I forget her name off the top of my head right now. I sent them directly to her and to the press credentials media email box or whatever. I heard nothing back. And I said, I thought it would be funny that probably the reason they didn't give me my press credentials because of the case that I was following, because you have to provide your media outlet to say, here, I'm a legitimate journalistic source. Here is my credentials. Here is my websites, whatever. They probably looked at the material I was covering and won't give it to me. And I guarantee you, I'll probably get an answer after this trial completes. It's unbelievable. I applied 4 times through the appropriate channels, and they would not give me my media credential. I could literally be sitting next to Grant today, reporting inside, live tweeting from inside the courtroom, and I cannot get it. They will not give it to me. It's very annoying. But welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining the stream, we're just waiting for court to start. Attorneys are at a sidebar right now, and we're just waiting. We're waiting. If anybody wants their chat highlighted, they can super chat. You get the super chat function. I have memberships that you can join. I've been doing a lot of behind the scenes footage here inside the studio, so you can enjoy that. That's on the homepage. And then all my links will be dropping through to support the stream. You can do that as well. All right, looks like they're going to get going. No audio yet, but I do have the audio turned up, so I don't know what's going on. It's a much smaller courtroom. And there's the fan. We got a shot of the fan. No, I wouldn't have stickers on my laptop. And that is the fan. That's a good shot right there. And the Karen Read trial has started. And here's the fan. Oh, boy, you can't make this stuff up. That is the fan. Yeah, and Lauren Crime has the same feed right now. The fan. We get to see the fan. It's a big fan. Yes, Grant is in the press box. Yeah, shit's about to hit the fan. There you go. Maybe that's why they're doing this. Shit is about to hit the fan. You got that right. You couldn't make this up. You couldn't make this up. All right, what's going on with the feed here? What's going on with the feed? I'm gonna try to capture something here if I can get it, because I kind of like this. All right, let's see. Shit is definitely about to hit the fan. I agree. I agree. All right, we're still waiting for trial to start. They got a picture of the fan. All stations are looking at the fan. Yeah, I don't think we have a control over it. And Fartbox McGee, what a name. Fartbox McGee. Two sidebars already. It's going to be a long day in court, right? Yeah, maybe the jury's coming in. Oh yeah, yeah. We're watching the fan. Shit is about to hit the fan. All right, I think we got an audio feed. Pan the camera down. Where?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Kenomi, now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Court now in that session.
Okay, good morning, jurors. Jim. Yeah.
I'm sorry, jurors, could you stand one more time and raise your right hands? Do each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence? So operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13.5. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, did go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2)(a)(2). To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial has put herself upon the country, which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you are to say so and no more. Jurors, hearken to the evidence.
Thank you very much. Will counsel identify yourselves, please, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Yannetti, and I represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, good morning. Good morning, jurors. Before we begin, I have to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet. The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about research or investigation? But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation, so it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, As you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Giannetti can choose to make an opening statement or not, because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case, and that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many jurors in a case that's going to take a long time in case something comes up and a juror can't complete his or her service. Let me talk briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. The jury's function. You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide. This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors, nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media, and do anything else to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Erin.
All right, here we go. Lally, I'm going to be very curious to see how he's going to state this.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Here we go.
I'll do my best. Good morning. So as Her Honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you've heard over the course of the impoundment process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen, and they had two children who were very young in 2013. Now, in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Furbush and the kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Furbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the two children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they include Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with children and assuming this sort of role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him into more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role and experience with these children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece, who was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died, and his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022. It was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted, and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They had both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up, and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony, and you're going to see surveillance video, and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Camden Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind rustling around.
Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Mulaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, you'll have as an exhibit, anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. On the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Carrie Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodville. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there were some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by two firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray, Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police were unaware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camarano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video of, and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. So. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from another number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the Waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking distance away from his wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the Waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the Waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, and Mr. Christian Morris, and they had had dinner at the Waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the Waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the Waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert, brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the Waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the Waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to roads, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there. Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier, there are two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nick. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, was riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its lights, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, so I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxon from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights at the vehicles facing each other before they pull down Fairview. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so the arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator, matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming.
He left out Nagel. He left out Nagel seeing Karen 10-2. He left that out.
There are testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners, and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer McCabe in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops, but she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms.
Sounds
Roberts.
like a girlfriend that's in
Terry
panic.
Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as they're all sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe to see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different phones throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some points prior to that she has a cracked tailpipe. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Saraf Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there's one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Celebrate. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Celebrate. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Kent police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You'll also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony of Ms. Daisy Ormstead, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and the Dr. Gary Fowler. You'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts, and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hannon, those all being from the State Police Lab. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear a testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the 2 children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and is sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is an approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with the homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there's references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. And makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotta, who has a supervisory role with Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. Because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, would testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully of the state police, from these bulky records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. He cycles, essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital. He's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn on the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. We'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene 34 Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab. And samples that were, DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in Northern Virginia. You'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, in his opinion, is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who are the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well.
God, this is terrible. This is awful. This is really bad. It's almost like he thinks he knows he's going to lose. There is no effort.
Well, lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Sportibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Hospital Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Sportibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from him. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of his head. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to a subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for your participation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body, until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Eddie?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, and an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation, because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show
that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of tail light that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property. in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirmed that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation. You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question. And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Loughran also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Loughran saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google, how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., cloud driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Read anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was nobody there. Not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds. And not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Read supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Read chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Read, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Read, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Read was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Erin Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
May we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
Okay, they're going to go to sidebar. I'm just going to run down some things that I had picked up already. So let's go through some of these notes real quick. And when they come back, I will bring that back up. So I took a lot of extensive notes here. Let's go through them. And maybe you took some notes as well. But I took an extensive amount of notes here. And I'm going to keep an eye on the feed. And I'll bring that back when they come back. So let's go into Lally. Lally, to me, seemed very nervous when he first stood up there. He's going to talk a lot about the soured relationship or the strained relationship. That's what I'm getting. He talked about 6 inches of snow on top of John. I don't see that possible. He went in to talk about the I hit him, and not, you know, what we've talked about here before, the My Cousin Vinny, like, I hit him. So we heard about him leaning on that. Seemed to me just had no passion or energy when he was up there speaking, almost like he thought that he's going to lose this case. He left out Ryan Nagel's 10-2 statement. Remember that. Ryan Nagel, 10-2, the statement outside when he said he passed Karen's SUV, looked over, Karen was at the wheel, 10-2, dome light on, and there was no one else inside the car. Inside her car. He left that out. Jury can take notes. Judge Bev said that the public hasn't heard any evidence in this case yet. I don't believe that. I think we've heard a lot of it. And we're also hearing more. We're going to hear more about Trooper Proctor. I think they're coming back to court here. Let's take a look. Okay, nothing yet. I'll keep that audio up as a sidebar, but they may be in a break. But I'll keep an eye here. All right, so let's see. He left out when Karen got back to the scene. When she found John, he left out that Karen actually gave John mouth-to-mouth. If someone didn't care about someone and someone wanted someone dead, why would they give them mouth-to-mouth? Karen gave John mouth-to-mouth. It looks like Lally's going to depend a lot on the lab experts, the scientific evidence, and the character testimony. I think that's what he's going to really lean on in this case. And I think he's going to have a hard time fumbling. He's going to fumble through a lot of the lab expert and scientific data. Then we go to David Yannetti. David Yannetti, right off the start, right away. Yannetti, powerful, strong, bold. Karen Reed was framed. Karen Reed was framed right off the hitch, comes right into it. Says faulty investigation. They're going to lean a lot on that, the process, and I believe, and you saw a lot of that in the O.J. Simpson trial. If you go back and watch that trial, what did the defense do? They peeled back the horrible, insanely horrible investigation in the O.J. Simpson trial. Of course, I 100% think that O.J. Simpson did it, but that's what they leaned on here. So faulty investigation, no real investigation, he said. And he also talked about Brian Albert being a first responder, knew that there was a Boston police officer out in his front yard, suffering, dead, hurt, whatever. And he said he did not respond. He did not respond. Proctor never actually investigated, was never asked to come in the house. He did not get a search warrant for 34 Fairview. Michael Proctor, when seized and accessed Karen's phone and bragged to his friends that he had not seen any nude photos of Karen Reed inside her phone. He accessed her private information without a search warrant. Proctor falsified the time that he picked up Karen Reed's SUV. No video of the taillight at 34 Fairview being broken or being of Karen backing into John and striking and killing him with her SUV. There's no video of that. Why not? There was multiple cameras around that neighborhood. We know that. But everybody's footage that night supposedly didn't work or get lost or the camera wasn't working. So be it. Yannetti did bring in Ryan Nagel's 10-2 statement, talked about it, where Lally left that out. He talked about Jen McCabe's 227 search, how long to die in cold. And then he talked about the 6 people that left Fairview that night. They left, and they would have walked by within feet of where John was supposedly lying on that lawn. 6 people should have noticed him. 6 people, at least one of the 6 people should have noticed him. He talks about Lucky Loughran. He confirmed that at 3:30 a.m., Lucky confirmed at 3:30 a.m. that he saw the Ford Edge parked out in front of 34 Fairview. I love the fact that Yannetti simplified the timeline, made it very easy to follow. I felt that he was very direct, had lots of energy and passion and conviction in what he said. And then we found out through Michael Proctor and Brian Albert, a conversation asking, what did you think about, is anybody sad that John is passed away? And Brian Albert's simple statement, nope. And that's all I have. All I have for notes so far. So maybe you all took some notes. If you took notes or anything here, you can drop it in the chat. They're on a 15-minute break per Ted Daniel. Great. I'm thinking here, I'm kind of hungry, but I'm probably going to leave the stream going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the stream up, just run down to the corner store and just grab something to eat really quick. But I will keep the stream going for all of you. Let me pull this back up. So that would be back in about 15 minutes or so. I'm going to go full screen with it. If anybody needs to take a pee break or a food break or whatever, I'm going to go grab some food at the corner store really quick, grab a snack. I have no idea who's testifying today. I don't even know if they're going to get to testifying, but I'm sure that they are going to call some witnesses today. But I'm going to keep this stream open. I'm going to bop out for about 15 minutes and then obviously come back. So please join me for the remainder of court here. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'll keep the stream fully up. And I'll see everybody in a minute.
Attention, you may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case. And I remind you, I defined for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Put this one down.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K EEFE.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister, Kristen. And, excuse me, brother, John.
And what was sort of the order and age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job in working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John, did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
I'm here, everybody. I'm just going to eat real
About
quick,
how
but I'll
much
keep the
time was
feed
it
up for
between
you
the
all.
time that she sort of received the diagnosis to pass?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a, large enough house to take on 2 other children. So my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say 4 years, until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton, moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and the kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging. A couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships and well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman, Amy, that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
So, clear for the record, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today? Can you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
No
Yeah.
objection.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Miss Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew.
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office and most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing, didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what, if any, what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my two daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the two of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol had been involved. I recall her complaining that he wasn't nice to her, or something to that effect, and I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both, or
both?
Both your brother and the defendant.
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Ms. Tallali, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Hey everybody, I'm here. I'm just finishing eating. I don't want to eat on camera. That's super rude. But I find it very interesting, while asked during this testimony, Paul says when Lally asked the nature of Karen and John's arguments or fights, he literally said that it's nothing, essentially nothing short of a typical couples fight or typical couples fighting. That's strong, in my opinion. That's powerful. It's just showing that, listen, couples have arguments, but it doesn't mean that Karen Reed is a killer. And this is exactly what I thought Lally was going to do in this situation, is try to paint Karen as a very nasty person someone that constantly fought with John and had this rage against him, that just wanted to get rid of him. And I think that's where he's going to try what he's going to try to do and paint Karen as this particular individual that she's not. So it'll be interesting to hear. Yeah, typical arguments. That's all it was.
Okay. So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your
here we
wife's
go.
mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a meet point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
Nothing?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to a fruition?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th?
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th. So the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know that if you know, did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself. Excited because our niece Kayla. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then Patrick's national math scores came back and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent your brother John and sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch. So she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you and your brother, was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Ms. Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
What does this
And
have
about
to do
how
with
long was
anything?
it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
Where is this going?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
This is a great point.
And that doctor you
Detective
spoke to,
Dewan.
as you recall, what
Great
the doctor's
point.
name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Sounds to me like a very concerned
At some point,
girlfriend.
you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
Not a killer.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition
Like he
to
had
what
been in a
you
fight?
observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway and where are you going?
Yeah, we went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
To, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed, carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened?
I'm going to pipe in real quick. It sounded like Karen was a very good person.
I saw her father
and their family.
Bill Reed.
I don't know how this is
coming to the
with
hospital.
The prosecution.
He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick at?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts, and hers and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
Know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over? As far as specifically, I'm asking about the children.
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. Like I said, she just asked if she can come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts in her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the front?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you have the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. About how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at the house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking?
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or is she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs, into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dighton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what, if any, improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please. Close those notebooks, put them on your chair.
Well, that was interesting to break so quickly and abruptly. I think maybe to get Lally out of this terrible direct. I keep asking myself, where is this going? What is this line of questioning? If anything, it's painting Karen in a good light. Paul stated that she was good to the kids. She was good to John. She had Paul and Karen had a great relationship. He's happy the way that he handled things. I'm going to go back up to the court here. They have some video here. And no audio, of course. But it's, I don't know. Was that a break to get Lally out of there and kind of save himself? It may have been. Because I just kept questioning myself, where is this going? What are we doing here? But we're going to have a recess now until 2. If you want, I'm going to recap my notes. If you're just coming in, we'll recap some of my notes that I took earlier. But it's just, it's interesting. Very, very, very interesting. And, Paul's painting Karen in a good light. I mean, he said that she was at the hospital when John was there, was in the waiting room with the family, had to be actually physically held back at some point because she was so concerned. You know, is he okay? Is he okay? I don't know. This is very, very interesting. This is not helping, in my opinion. It's not helping the Commonwealth. And I'm kind of sitting here going, where is this going? We're talking about the weather. There's a big strain on the weather. And I think Lally is faltering here. So my first initial notes on opening statement, I'll talk about Lally first. I wrote he seemed very nervous. He talked about the source, the soured relationship. I think that's the direction that he's going to go in here. And I think he's trying to get to that. But Paul hasn't really given him an in during his direct with Paul. Paul has been essentially saying that Karen is a okay person. She's been good to the kids. She's been good to John. Paul and herself had a good relationship. Let's see. Lally talked about, I hit him. I just felt like he has no passion, no energy. Let's see. He left out Ryan Nagel, the 10-2 statement. Ryan Nagel, when he was there at 34 Fairview and left and passed Karen Reed's SUV that night, he passed and said Karen was at 10-2. She had her hands on the steering wheel. The dome light was on, and that he didn't see anybody else inside the SUV with her. So if that's John, and John wasn't inside the SUV, then where is John? John had to be inside the house. He wasn't laying on the ground at that point. He wasn't supposedly hit by Karen's SUV. I mean, they would have seen him on the ground. Judge Bev said that the jury can take notes. Bev says that the public hasn't heard any of the evidence in this case, which I feel is not true. Lally actually left out that Karen, when she returned to the scene, left out that she actually gave John mouth to mouth. And that is true. That is a fact. She did do that. So all these things that have built Karen up in this case as being a very positive, loving person, not having any type of issues or, this being this terrible person, I think's really backfired so far in the Commonwealth's face. I mean, even Paul himself is on the stand right now saying that Karen essentially is not a bad person, and that the fights that John and Karen had were typical fights that a couple would have. Nothing out of the ordinary. I think Lally's going to rely a lot on the lab experts, the scientific evidence, and this character testimony, the character witness testimony, but it's clearly, in my opinion, it's blowing up in his face right now. It's not working, and maybe that's why Bev was like, I got to get him out of here. Let's give him a break to regroup. And I guarantee you, Lally's probably in the hallway right now cursing because Paul just hasn't given him that in to get into Karen's character. So far, it's been pretty good, in my opinion. Then after Lally spoke, we had David Yannetti. David Yannetti gets up, fires out on all cylinders right away, and says, Karen Reed was framed. Boom. Drops it right there. Karen Reed was framed. He said faulty investigation. He said no real investigation into this case. And Brian Albert did not respond. He put that on the record in this case, not in a hearing, in front of the jury now. He said Brian Albert, the owner of 34 Fairview, is a Boston police officer and did not respond. And he is supposed to respond out of his first responder duty and did not do that. Did not do that. Proctor, let's see, Proctor was never, and then he talked about David Yannetti talked about Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor never asked to investigate at 34 Fairview that night. He never pulled a search warrant to go look inside that house. And that was Brian Albert's house, a Boston police officer. Proctor, he seized Karen's phone and then bragged to his friends that while he had her seized phone or still had her seized phone, went into her phone without permission and tried looking for nude photographs of Karen Reed. Did not come across any nude photographs of Karen Reed. Proctor falsified the time that he picked up Karen's SUV in a report. And Yannetti says that they have a timestamp of a video that proves that he lied on the report versus what the video says. There's no video evidence of Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe. There's no video evidence of Karen Reed's SUV backing into John O'Keefe with breaking the taillight. There's none of that there. There's none of that there. How ironic. With all the cameras that were in and around that area that night, no one's camera worked. No one's camera worked. That would be an open and shut case for the Commonwealth. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Here is the video of Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe and leaving him for dead on that night in the snow and going home and not caring. That would sink this case immediately. Immediately. Why is there no video? There's a video everywhere else. And believe me, there's all missing parts of that video too. The library video, 2 minutes missing. Inside the Sallyport at Canton PD, 42 minutes missing. And ironically, some of the major players in that house were in the Sallyport that evening. Higgins, you had the chief of police there. And ironically, there's 42 minutes of missing video. Yannetti talks about Ryan Nagel. He brings that back into it. Talks about the 10 and 2, dome light on, driving by, not seeing John O'Keefe inside the SUV. So where would John O'Keefe have to be? He'd have to be in the house, right? He's not outside. He didn't say, I saw him outside behind Karen's SUV, or I saw him walking up the house, or he was laying in the snow, or he had passed out somewhere. He just said, I didn't see anybody there. He didn't say, I saw Karen's SUV on top of John as I drove off. None of that. He did talk about Jen McCabe's 2:27 a.m. Google search. He got that on the record in front of the jury. Bam, out the box, right in the jury's face. And he talked about 6 people. 6 people inside Fairview left the residence that night. And they were feet from where John should have been laying in the snow at that time. And why didn't anybody see them? No one went back inside the house. No one called 911. No one called the police. No one ran to a neighbor's house and said there's a body on the front lawn. 6 people would have seen John by the time they left 34 Fairview that night. Great point by Yannetti on that as well. I talked about Lucky Loughran, the plow driver, and said that he confirmed at 3:30 a.m. when he went back to take another swoop through 34 Fairview, down Fairview. At 3:30 a.m., he had seen a Ford Edge parked there, and we're going to get to know members of the McAlberts have a Ford Edge. Why was that Ford Edge there at 3:30 a.m.? I loved how Yannetti simplified the timeline for us, made it very simple, easy to follow. I felt like it was extremely easy to follow. And believe me, I mean, I think everybody can say that obviously they know I'm with Karen's team. But if I was just someone that came into this case and said, who is the prosecution and who is the defense on opening statements, I would say I'm a lot more convinced by the defense, David Yannetti's opening statement versus Lally, where it had no energy, didn't seem like he wanted to be there. I think he has deep down inside a feeling that he's going to lose this case. They went on to talk. David Yannetti talked about no injuries to John's body. If John was hit by Karen's SUV, he would have had his upper torso that was exposed. And if you ever saw that photo of me standing next to a Lexus, John is 6'2", I'm 6 foot. So he's a little bit taller than me, which actually would make it even crazier because he would be even more taller to the back. His height would be more not more in line, but out of line. He would actually be taller than I would be. Actually, it would line up a little bit more at 6'2". Why didn't the tail light cause any injuries on his body? Because when I stood next to that SUV, that tail light was about up to my chest. And like I said, I'm 6 foot. So he would be a little bit taller than me. There was no injuries to his lower extremities, his body. There's no broken leg. There's no broken ribs. All of his injuries were to the face, the back of his head, and his hand. To me, looks like a fight. Looks like a defense. Looks like a hell of a fight. And then Brian Albert, when asked about anybody inside 34 Fairview being concerned about John's death, and that was a conversation between Brian Albert and Michael Proctor. Brian Albert came back and texted, "Nope." One word, "Nope." Not concerned. Interesting stuff. But again, we are on a break right now till 2 p.m. Paul O'Keefe was on direct. Adam Lally getting testimony in this case, and I'm sure that David Yannetti will have some cross. But it's very, very interesting. Very interesting start to the case. I thought the Commonwealth was going to come out on fire today. I don't see that. I don't see the passion. I definitely see it from Karen Reed's team. They are ready, they are poised, and they are on point. And I think they're going to get the job done. So we have about another 45-minute wait here. What I'm going to do is just to kill a little bit of time here, I'm going to see what's going on with Tom. If not, I may go to my last night's live and play some of that. Let me see what Tom's up to. See what's going on out there. I was going to end the stream and then come back. I just think that's silly. Tom is not streaming, believe it or not. Interesting. Okay, Tom is not live. But maybe I'll go to last night's live and play a little bit of that so we can kill a little time here. I don't want to shut the stream down, considering that the trial is going to pick back up here in a little bit. So if you missed last night's live, I'll play some of that. It was a really great live, by the way. All right, let's check this out. Let's look at the chat here. A lot of everybody talking about the dog bites. Let's see. Custom Shadow 3C says, sounds like Paul didn't suspect anything in regards to Karen, even trusted her enough to come over to the house to see the kids. That's a great point too. After all that had gone down, Karen Reed was still allowed to come over to see the kids and talk with them when, and we're getting to it, when Paul is going to probably tell the kids that John had passed away. And Karen was there and able to do that. So if you thought that she's this evil person, then why would you have her there? It just doesn't make sense when you're going to give that type of news. Scott says this is a rough start from the prosecution. I completely agree. Absolutely, completely agree. Tom is not live. Yeah, Tom is not live. I don't know. I might text him. Let me text him and see if he's... Let's see. See if Tom's okay. Let me give Tommy a text. They might be grabbing lunch too, so. Yeah, Jack W says, also fact, Chloe attacked multiple other people and the family got rid of the dog just after the murder. It's a great point. We've talked about that multiple times here on the stream. Why is TB in Boston? I have no idea. Actually, I thought he was on his stream. Let's pull them up real quick.
You can't say the word free Karen Reed inside that zone, but you certainly can say it outside of it. And it's just I felt so much energy and love in Dedham this morning when I was at the courthouse.
Hey, Turtle Boy, actually, I know I keep saying last question. This is my for real last question. I know you're live tweeting this, and that's going to be a great resource for people to keep up with what's going on. But what's your plan as far as blogging goes? Are you going to be writing this at the end of the day? Or
Yes.
Can people check it out at a certain time? How's that going to work?
Yeah, I'll be doing a daily write-up probably at the end of the day, just a recap of the day's proceedings, trial day, day one, whatever. And then I do my usual show every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Turtle Boy. Whenever you want, I told him, I said, you got an open line here because we want to know what's going on in the Karen Reed case.
We can do this.
Taken over
We can do this a couple times a
country.
week.
And if you want to follow Turtle Boy and get some of these tweets, it's at Dr. Turtle Boy. That's where he's putting up all of the latest, including these openings.
All right, cool. So there we go. Grace Curley show. You guys didn't even have to tune in. You just heard it here. I don't know. This has not been confirmed. This is just what people outside. I'm just repeating what people outside the courthouse are saying. Yeah. She definitely wasn't in the courthouse. I know that. But either way, what we're gonna do now, I don't know. Do you guys think should I end the stream and start a new one at 2 o'clock for like 30 minutes? Or why don't we just do this? Why don't I just leave the stream going? I don't even know if I need to do shit. I'll just leave the stream up. Well, let's.
All right, TB is going to bounce out. I got something here from Court TV that just posted a couple minutes ago. I think this is going to be open statements. Let's see if there's any commentary. Now, they cut it down to just the opening statement. So I'm not going to play that. I mean, we've already been through that. Let me pull up. We'll just take a little bit of a break here. I'll pull up last night, the live from last night. If you didn't get to see it, y'all can just keep chatting. This was last night. I had Tom CPU on, Rita, Dana, Tracy, and Paul. And we'll just play this to kill a little bit of time. You guys can come in and go. I'm going to keep the stream going because it's silly for me to cut this down for 40 minutes and come back. So if y'all want to take a break, you can. I'm going to leave the stream up. I'm just going to let this play. I'm going to step out for a minute, use the restroom. I got some garbage I need to throw out and then prepare for the next session here this afternoon. So feel free to chat. Feel free to grab something to eat. If you want to watch the live, you didn't see it from last night, hang out here, hang out. But we're going to pull this up and play through it. And then once court resumes, I'll turn back on the court stream and we'll go through that. All right. I appreciate everybody being here. I really, really do. You know what? I'm going to do something real quick. I don't know if she's going to pick her phone up, but let me see if I can get someone to chat real quick. She might not pick her phone up. She's live. Let me see. See if I can call a friend. I don't know if she's going to pick up. Let's see if we can call a friend. Bear with me here. She's probably not going to pick up. All right, hang on a second. I tried to call Melanie Little, but she's streaming right now. I know that. So I wanted to see what she thought so far, but she's not going to interrupt her stream. All right, let me pull this up and we'll play through this. You need to take a little break. Please do. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Of course, we're going to keep playing through the rest of the stream today. I'm going to get a little air in here, air out the room a little bit, get some lunch, get a drink, whatever you need to do, use the restroom. I'll keep firing up the stream here about another 35 minutes or so. And then we'll be back to live testimony. And Bev was very, very adamant about them being back at 2 o'clock. So, all right, let me fire this up and y'all can hang out here. I do appreciate it.
Everybody on the screen is ready for tomorrow. Everyone that's going to be on the courthouse is ready for tomorrow. There's going to be a shit ton of media there. And like you guys thought a lot of media was there last week.
Yeah.
As far as media goes, it's going to be a zoo. But the biggest thing we have to realize is the buffer zone is still in place, unfortunately. For those people that didn't know, the SJC affirmed the single justice. We have not. I talked to Mark Rondanza today. We have not seen the opinion yet, so we're not 100% sure if we're done yet. I'm just going to leave it at that. So we could be possibly going further, but we'll talk about that later. But tomorrow, for the most part, we all plan on arriving around 8. Opening, usually they're 2 hours ahead of time. So we're planning around 8. A lot of people ask me about parking because there's going to be a lot of people there. There's several parking options. There's the street parking. You can park behind the registry of deeds as long as you don't have stuff on your car and you're not wearing any gear. I hate saying it. I feel like puking when I say that.
I know.
But and here's the truth: there is some information saying you can do that and do that, but we're telling everybody from our point of view, be safe. Don't do that. So there's parking behind it. There's parking on the if you're walking out of the courthouse and you take a right towards Dedham Center, there's a parking lot down there too. There's plenty of parking down there. We could stay on both sides. For the most part, we're all going to the church side. That seems to be the best location. If you're coming and you can't park near the church, two things. You can bring trash bags and put your signs in the trash bags, or just drop your signs off right at that 200-foot buffer zone and then go park. We're not a mead mob. We're not a mad mob. We work together. We mix and match signs all the time. So if you lose a sign, you'll probably get it back tomorrow, the next day. It happens every day. You can walk through the zone without anything on. Well, let me rephrase that.
Oh yeah, hold on.
That's a different protest.
Yeah.
That's a different protest.
You can walk through the zone with regular clothes on. Pink is totally acceptable. I stuck with my new hashtag Think Pink. You know that I'm putting that on everything. So there's pink ribbon right there. And the other thing is, like I said, there's going to be a lot of media there. We don't know who else is going to show up. We just need to do us.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do is do us. Tomorrow's not the day when Court TV's there. Maybe some entertainment companies are going to be there. I can't confirm or deny that we want to be battling it out with trolls, plain and simple. But at the same token, I know it's hard just to sit there and be quiet, and we just got to do our best. That's all. Dana, Tracy, and I say it all the time. We're out here fighting for Karen. We're out here fighting for the corruption that's going on in Norfolk County, Canton, Massachusetts, and the state police. But we also talk about the First Amendment. So we're just putting stuff out there as suggestions. We can't tell Rita what to do. We can't tell Tom what to do. We can put up suggestions. It's up to everyone else to do what they feel is best for themselves. I like what Mark said. I know people agree with it. When Grant pushed aside the other day, Mark, our attorney, said everyone should be cheering for him because it's still a First Amendment, even though he says some stupid stuff and he's kind of scary sometimes. But he says some really, really stupid stuff. But he has the First Amendment right to say stupid stuff. But I think the last court date, they worked out a good plan how to get Karen to the courthouse safely. And I think they're going forward with that too. And I think everything went well on Friday. And I know Rita and Tom were there. If they want to talk about how it went Friday, it's probably a good indication how it's going to go the next couple of days. But that's all I have. I don't, Tracy and Dana, you have something to add to it?
No, I don't really. I mean, I know Rita had met with the one of the officers at the beginning of the day. So maybe, I don't know if you want to speak to that, Rita, what they told
Sure.
you, because that was more really instructive than anything. So
Yep. So I have actually established a great relationship, a great rapport with the head of security there, and he's Sergeant Mike Hardman. And so I met with him. He's not going to be there this week, but he did introduce me to someone else who I believe is going to be there overseeing it. And so basically, I made it clear because of the issue with JLR, whatever his name is, what's going to happen is they're going to have 3 officers escort her in, 2 on either side and 1 behind her. And I asked that all we want to do is be able to show her love and walk in with support of her and not be bothered by trolls. And so he agreed that we could do that. So when Karen shows up, that's what we're going to do. And we put our signs down. Our signs cannot be on the barrels, so you cannot like attach it to the barrel. You're not going to hold it. You hold it. If not, you put it on the sidewalk. And when she comes, we can go over like we have. And I don't know how many people are going to be there tomorrow, but we need to be orderly. And not everybody has to go, but there's a small group that escorts her in and shows her love. And so we have a great relationship with the Mass State Police, and they understand where we're coming from, and they want everybody to be safe, and we want to be safe. One recommendation that was given was, if the trolls come after us, do not acknowledge them. Do not acknowledge them. So, we have experienced, we are peaceful, happy people celebrating our First Amendment rights and, our freedom of speech and supporting Karen. And, we have seen trolls come into our area and try to instigate us. And we don't want that. And so if that happens, we are going to alert someone or alert the police so that the police can help us. And the police have been very good. And so if a troll tries to engage you, tries to harass you, says things to you, ignore them and walk away. Do not say a word if you can. That is what the advice is. That is the best way to handle them. And other than that, we just keep doing us. And people who haven't joined before, we always say, have a smile on your face and love in your heart and come join us. And we're peaceful, and we are not going to let others bring us down. We're not.
And we're good about policing each other as well. So we got to continue to do that. And, look out for your friend. Look out for, everybody who's there, the people that are there all the time. Make sure that they don't engage, because, again, it can get heated. It can get, out of control, and people get, it's very frustrating and emotional. Exactly right now. So if people want to let their emotions take control, it can become a bad situation. So, look out for your friend. If your friend starts getting a little, not standoffish or standing their ground, just say, listen, it's not worth it. Back down. Don't engage them. That's exactly what they want.
Yeah. So I just want to kind of address real quick. I just want to kind of address this. Jeff says, hey, they can protest too. Absolutely. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that you have to engage with them. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for that dopamine hit. It's just kind of like Twitter. I have all these people that attack me on Twitter all day, and they're just waiting for the moment for me to say something so they can keep engaging it. And that's where I think I look at like Coffin Daffer when she says that, all the people that are out there supporting Karen, they're mean and they're nasty. I've never personally seen any of that. When I go there, I mean, everybody's very, very peaceful. And if there is any engagements that people throw, I not like just throw words at us or them or whatever the group, people usually tend to ignore them and just tell them to stop. So it's really, I haven't seen the Karen Reed supporters being the instigators. And believe me, there's going to be plenty down there tomorrow as far as these trolls, because they're going to look to get in the mix. Like we said a couple days ago, we saw JLR pop up. He zoomed in for 2 days, wanted to work Turtle Boy up, tried to do what he did to Karen, and we just weren't having it, and people like that don't need to be here, because all they're trying to do when they come here is make a name for themselves and get eyes on them, their channel, their social media, whatever the hell it is. And it's just pointless. It's pointless.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Reed, I cut you off.
No, you didn't, because you commented on what I was going to comment
Yeah.
on. And I just want to let Jeff know, yes, they have a right to protest, but I got news for you. They're not protesting. They're there to harass us. I witnessed it. I witnessed it. You know, I gave Boer, I don't know how you say his name. I spoke to him and he did a great job interviewing me. I let him interview me. And then I come out of court and I see him, a totally different personality, aggressively going after people. And he's got an earpiece in his ear and somebody is paying him and directing him. And that is what is happening. You know, the Karen Reed people are happy. And it's the other side. They're not protesting. It's not, they're saying she's guilty and we're saying she's innocent. They're coming up, I watched it, and aggressively going after people to try to antagonize them. And that's unacceptable. And I will tell you this, in my conversation with the Mass State Police, that if people do that again, JLR,
they're out of there.
You will be arrested.
Yeah, be arrested.
You will be arrested.
Yeah.
So if you want to come and stir trouble tomorrow, I guarantee you it will be a short visit for you, because we will let them know that what you are doing, and they will take care of it. So I'm not.
And Jess Debbie's perfect point. She says protesting and bullying aren't the same. 100%.
Correct.
They want us to react.
Of course.
That's right.
Someone like JLR wants us to punch him in the head.
Yes.
That's what he wants.
Yeah.
That's not who we are.
That's who we are. I wanted to just one other thing. I like everyone walking in with Karen. That's a great thing. I missed, and I didn't see it the past couple of times, is Karen's walking into the courthouse. Tomorrow there's going to be 100 people there. I can almost guarantee that.
More than that.
I missed the Free Karen Reed chant.
Yeah.
And if there's 100 people there, I want the whole goddamn. If it was up to me, I want all the media to hear that Free Karen Reed chant as she's walking in there. You can't say that in the buffer zone.
Well, can't you say FKR? I mean,
No,
you say that.
can't.
No, can't say anything.
We could just say Karen. We could just say Karen, we love you, or something like that. We just can't say Free Karen Reed.
Even the letters, you can't say that either. You can't say that.
I don't think 100 people are going to walk Karen to the courthouse.
No.
So if a few people are walking into the courthouse and the other ones are back there, I'm going to be there and I'm going to try to start that Free Karen Reed chant, because there's nothing better than seeing it.
You can do that.
She can hear it. And there's nothing better than the media playing it at night when they say, and the protesters are out there and all they hear is Free Karen Reed, Free Karen Reed.
Right.
So
I agree.
Well, the first day of jury selection, we were down the other end, right? We were the opposite side of the church, and we got that chant going loud and proud. And my understanding was, we were heard clear as day at the courthouse when she walked in. So,
I'm going to say one more thing. I'm going to shut up.
I doubt it.
You sure, Paul?
One thing everyone has to remember, and I put it in my post today, Karen Reed is on trial for a murder of a Boston police officer. We cannot forget that. We cannot forget how important this is. As much as we love her, we can't treat her like we don't want to fangirl over her. We want to support her. We want to be there for her, because she's fighting for her life, and we're in the background cheering her on so she can fight for her life with her attorneys. I hope that came out right. I
think you're right.
We just got to keep that in the back of our head. This is why we're here. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office is so corrupt. They're trying to railroad this young woman to go into jail for something she didn't commit. That if that was me, I'd be scared shit. Even though I don't care how good of attorney I have, I got to fight for my life. And you walk in there, and they all walk in there full of confidence. And when they're walking in there full of confidence, and they hear 100 people cheering for them, and everyone saying they love them, that's what they need to hear. That's my opinion alone. So I just want to say that, and I'll let everyone else talk for a change.
No, that was awesome, Paul. Exactly. We have to be loud. They didn't shut us down. They didn't shut us up. So we just have to keep getting louder. The farther they put us back, the louder we get. That's all.
Tom, how you feeling? You've been quiet.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about tomorrow, to be honest.
Nervous
So-
in the sense of what?
Yeah, like the fact that she has to walk in and defend herself against this. That this should not be happening at all. But yet here we are.
Yeah, why are we here? You know, I just
Exactly.
think this morning, I'm like, why are we even at this point? Like, where's the FBI? You know, where's the FBI? Why have they not stepped in? And I guess the rumor that's floating around is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I'm hearing is that they're gonna wait for the prosecution to basically go in and hang themselves, and then they're gonna step in. I mean, I don't know. I mean, why wouldn't they step in at this point?
It sounds good, right? I mean, it sounds good.
It's kind of what you want.
Why would they, again, why would they let it go to this point, right? So you got to question what are they doing? Their investigation most likely is bigger than what we could even imagine, right? So how big is this investigation? How much money is going into it?
Right.
So we don't know none of that stuff.
Right.
Speaking about Rita, how's the audit coming along?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's the audit?
Tell us about that.
Yeah. So the first audit meeting, well, let me just say this, you know, I agree, you know, what are we doing here? But we're here, right? So I'm looking at the positive. We're here and Karen is going to be in a small courtroom. That's a win. And I think another day they need to address the 16 chairs, looking and 4 to 6 of them looking at the back of somebody's head, because that is just wrong. And that is a great observation by the defense to fix that for future.
100%.
But she is in a small courtroom. I would say each side's going to have 12 people max, and some of those seats are going to be filled by the media. And so they're going to be, if I were them, I would be sweating bullets, because they're not going to be able to get lost in a large courtroom. They're going to be there in a small courtroom, and they're going to be able to see them sweat.
Right.
And the truth is going to come out. And this is what we need. You know, sometimes people say, oh, corruption, you know, and it doesn't impact me. And I think when people see this case unfold in front of them and see what we have seen for months, I think it's going to be eye-popping. I mean, I think people are going to take notice and say, oh my God. And maybe this is what we needed to address this issue, because we shouldn't have, you know, and I always tell people I'm from the corporate world and process improvement initiatives, and we would in the private sector, you would never be able to have the breaks and procedure that happened in the public side ever happen in the private side. Those need to be remedied. So I'm looking at this as a positive. And I think Karen has the best courtroom. And I really am thrilled to pieces that they got the smaller room. And I'm thrilled to pieces that every single juror is going to be able to judge the credibility of every single witness and make the decision for themselves. So I am overjoyed, you know. Now, on the police audit. So we got some challenges there. And tomorrow night is the first meeting of the police audit committee. And we all know that Bob McCarthy is not a leader. I refer to him as little Putin because he's a dictator. And he's a bully who likes to bully his way into getting what he wants. And that's just an ineffective style. And that's certainly not the style of a leader. But we're going to see his leadership skills on display tomorrow night. So I am looking forward to Bob maybe proving me wrong. Maybe he can prove me wrong. But Bob has already selected 2 people. He put the petitioners through hell, selecting 2 people to represent the petitioners. Meanwhile, he just cherry-picked who he wanted. And he picked 2 people that have had financial dealings with Helena Rafferty, the chief of police's parents. You know, they own, just Helena Rafferty's parents own property on Nathaniel Way in Canton. And way back, I think it was 1985, there's 2 people, John Kelly, and Dr. Daniel Muse. And Helena's dad sold property, sold a house. It's a small little cul-de-sac, maybe 10 houses. And he sold property and a house to Jack Kelly. And Jack Kelly raised his family there and right across the street from where Helena grew. And so he's there. And then Daniel Muse bought Helena Rafferty's family home from her parents. And he lives across the street from he lived across the street from Kelly for maybe 11 years. And then he recently sold his house in 2021 and bought Bill Galvin's house, the state rep who lives in Canton. And so it just doesn't stop. And then, so we have all these conflicts of interest. And then Dr. Muse had, his father died and his brother died. And I'm sorry, you know, that they died. I think they died in 2012 or I think it was something like that. And a scholarship fund was put together for them. Well, lo and behold, the directors on the scholarship funds, one of them is Auntie Bev's brother.
Jesus.
And Auntie Bev's brother also is the one that it's either her brother or her father who represented Chris Albert in the 1994 hit and run, fatal hit and run. And so now we have a connection, not only to Helena Rafferty, but we have a connection, Auntie Bev, to Dr. Muse. And Dr. Muse has done work for the Canton Police Department, as has Kelly. Kelly has, I posted it on Facebook, but he's had affiliation with the Canton Police Department. And so both of them represent everything that the petitioners did not want. I'm not saying that Dr. Kelly or Dr. Muse and Jack Kelly are bad people. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that that is not what the petitioners agreed to pay $200,000 for. They wanted someone completely unaffiliated with the Canton Police Station, you know, with that. And so now we have not, and then Michael Morrissey gave kudos to Dr. Muse for work that he has done on Narcan, and he's trained a lot of people. And you know, there's a serious conflict of interest with both of these gentlemen. And, you know, and there's a conflict of interest with Bob McCarthy too. So this is going to be an interesting meeting tomorrow night. And, you know, it's just not right. It's just not right. They're either tone deaf, they just don't want to listen to us, or they just don't care. And I know it's just they just don't care. And my question is, what are they so afraid of finding out that they have to sabotage the committee? And, you know, that is very concerning to me, because the extremes, the desperation that Bob McCarthy has gone to control the outcome of that committee and control the scope of the audit has been extreme, and it has been desperation. And that just makes me feel like, oh my God, what on earth could they be hiding? So, you know, we're going to proceed tomorrow night. It's going to be very, very interesting. And, you know, I don't know, it's going to be interesting. So it's not, these two gentlemen are not what the petitioners wanted for $200,000. It is just not. And the whole purpose is to restore trust in the community and make us feel safe. How are we going to feel safe if the people that you brought in are affiliated with the people that we need to do the audit for? It makes no sense.
Rita, you had said tomorrow night. It's Tuesday night?
No, Monday night. Monday night.
Okay. I thought it was Tuesday.
Tomorrow's a long day. So
okay.
Tomorrow at 7 o'clock at the Sala meeting room in Canton, the same place where the select board meeting is. And Tuesday at 7 o'clock. So Monday and Tuesday are going to be very, very busy days here, you know, for this town.
Yep.
And I will be at the court tomorrow, just like with everybody else. And I will be there tomorrow night and holding them accountable. And, you know, and that's what people need to do in their communities. You don't have to sit on a board. All you have to do is show up.
I'm going to answer this question really quick. Kate B asking, if the niece and nephew take the stand, does anyone know if it will be streamed since they are minors? Most likely, their identities visually will not be shown, but you probably will be able to hear the audio. That's usually what happens in these cases with underage kids.
Speak up and hold them accountable.
I'm here. I'm just taking a quick break.
And that's what we're
doing.
doing.
Live in 15
and that's
minutes.
What you can do too.
I'll do this. I'm here. We'll be back in 15 minutes or so to continue the streaming of Karen Reed Day 1 opening statements. And when we come back, it looks like Paul O'Keefe will be back on the stand under direct with Adam Lally.
And we're just leading the way.
Yeah, I always talk about that, Rita, and I know I've talked about this in streams that I've had you over here, and I've talked about this over and over and over again. You know, the power to change the surroundings in your area is your local elections. You know, a lot of people always spend too much time on the national election, like the president, the vice president, whatever it may be. But if you want really things to change, you have to concentrate on where you live, because you have to live there. The president is always going to probably change now every 4 years. That's what it's looking like. We're never going to really probably ever have an 8-year president. I think, you know, that's just my opinion, because things just change so rapidly quick, and you know, people can't focus anymore. But if you want to make real change, it's definitely your local area. I mean, look into the people that are running your towns, because look, you run into a situation like we are here in Canton, Massachusetts, with all this people that have just been passed along and passed along and passed along. And we have the years of corruption down there, because this one knows that and this one knows that. And I mean, for crow's sake, look where we are with Karen. I mean, just all the people that are involved with this and hiding this corruption in the string of the chain that just doesn't break. And it's, it's going all the way up into the courtroom now. But again, get out there, find out who the hell's running your town, find out who's running your city, because those are the people that, that are going to make the difference in that area.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, and it's not like, people have to go to all these meetings. Look at the agenda and go for the items that are important to you. And, get in there, ask questions, hold them accountable. People can do it. And that's how we're going to get to the next level.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, tomorrow's a very important day. We have opening statements from the prosecution and the defense. Let me go around the panel here. I'll start with Tom. What do you think the energy of both sides are going to be? Do you think Lally now steps up his game without his? I know Yannetti's going to definitely be on fire, but let's see. What do you think the energy is going to be, and what do you think are going to be some of the main sticking points the Commonwealth and the defense is going to put out there?
Well, I think Lally's going to rely on the experts mostly.
Mm-hmm.
I see him doing that. The prosecution has a problem with the evidence itself, like chain of custody, how it's laid out. If that's the case, then you can't use the taillight because someone else touched it. So now what do you have? You just have an argument over an iced coffee. So I have a problem with this entire case. Why are we here? I mean, there's enough evidence to at least question it. I mean, this is murder, not manslaughter, not accidental. No, this is straight murder. So this is different. And why we're even here is puzzling when there's so much evidence to prove and to show that we shouldn't even be here. So, the defense I'm absolutely confident in her defense team. I think you could not get a better set of people. And what other people don't know is I believe they've bonded as a cohesive unit together as a whole. And that changes everything. That adds so much more power. And they have it. They're in that. They're locked. They're ready to go. I don't see the prosecution that amped up / ready to go. Like they don't want. Is Proctor going to testify? They don't even know who's going to testify, right? I mean, again, why are we here, guy?
Rita, what do you think?
I'm sorry, Phil had shoe polish and it was
Of course.
I'm asking him to get the shoe polish out of here. It's going on my nose.
Jeez, Phil.
You went into the garage. So Tom, you were saying why are we here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why are we here, and what do you expect tomorrow from opening statements from both the prosecution and the defense?
I think Lally is going to just do his typical Lally splaining, which is a bunch of nothing, because he has nothing. And I think the defense, even though their hands are tied with the third party culprit, I think the defense is going to beautifully present their case, as they can in opening statements. I think it's going to be a clown show. I really do.
You got a lot of roadblocks. Bev's got a lot of roadblocks for the defense tomorrow. But I'm going to tell you, I think, in my opinion, I think Jackson, Yannetti, and Little will find a way to get around it and get what they need out there. They're very, very smart people. Believe me. I mean, just listen to the way that they talk. And I think that a jury is going to really pull to them and really understand and watch them when they are speaking. I think Lally's, in my opinion, going to bore a lot of the jurors.
Yeah.
And that tends to not fare well because you lose interest. But it's going to be interesting.
He just blabs. He goes blah 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 blah. I mean, he just throws a bunch of words together. I mean, I know they call it word salad, and it really is. He just throws a bunch of words together and hopes somehow it makes sense, and it doesn't.
Dana, Tracy, what do you think tomorrow? How are you feeling tomorrow? Oh boy, I got something for you all right now. Let's cut in on this. Jennifer Coffindaffer live on her channel.
His
talking
brother
about
was the first to
testimony.
be put on the stand.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
It was so hard. I don't know, for those of you who watched it, it was palpable.
All right, I'm going to go back to the beginning.
Stream I was doing was being overrun by Kevin, who is Yellowtail.
So she's
so I'm getting back on to kind of pick up where I left off.
So she's going to align herself with Kevin. She's going to align herself with Yellow Pee-Pee Trails during this case. That's who she's going to align herself with. Kevin, that gets 20 people that watch his stream a night. That's who Coffindaffer is going to align herself with. She was literally on with Yellow Pee-Pee Trails. All right, let's listen to Coffindaffer.
So we talked about the opening statements on the prosecutor's
live,
side.
by the way.
Let's talk about the opening statement on the defense side, which was done by Yannetti, not by Alan Jackson. Yannetti, as I said, I think did a good job of emotionally bringing in his narrative. And his narrative from the get-go didn't even greet the jury, which was, of course, dramatic. His opening statement is, listen, this is a frame job. She was framed. And he brought up the dog bites. He brought up the 227. I think it was very interesting that nothing has changed since the beginning of this case. For those of you who have followed the case, literally nothing has changed in terms of their position. That I think might bite them, but we'll see. We'll see. Again, opening statements are not a reflection of facts, but rather a reflection of what that particular attorney believes the facts are going to come out in terms of the witnesses that they discuss. So I think it's really important to remember that.
So you make opening statements, you say the things that you think happen in this case, you talk about the evidence in this case, but those aren't facts. That makes absolutely no sense, Jennifer. I'm sorry. So you opening statements is to outline what you think is the purpose in this case. Why do we have Karen Reed sitting here? Why are you saying that Karen Reed hit and killed John? That is evidence, and you're stating facts on whatever side you are, the defense or the prosecution. Prosecution presents their argument, uses their facts, and then the defense gets up and they present their argument and present facts. Those are called facts. Those little things in between are called facts. Details.
So all in all, I think the prosecution was vanilla, but got everything out they wanted, and did not try to become emotional or try to paint a scenario. Whereas I think that Yannetti definitely was painting a narrative, which he should. As the defense, he needs to paint a narrative. He has no facts on his side. His side is trying to say Chloe the dog bit the arm, and he's trying to say that.
So when the Commonwealth speaks, that's facts, but when the defense speaks, those aren't facts. Okay, got it.
That a search took place at 2:27, and as opposed to 6 a.m. Those are his facts. So they're very
Those are
weak,
facts,
right?
right?
They'd
Those
be
are
weak at trying to convict anybody. So, or trying to point the evidence toward any other direction. But when your facts are weak, you go after the police.
Didn't she say
and
that none of
that's
this was
where
facts?
he has some traction.
She
He
said
has
opening statements weren't facts, but now she's like, oh, the facts are weak. Though, because it was facts when the defense was speaking.
traction because of Trooper
I think when the
Proctor
prosecution was
and
speaking.
his unprofessional actions
Facts, yes.
on his personal cell phone when communicating with a
phone off,
friend.
girl.
And that's going to be a big problem. This reminds me in some respects of the OJ situation where they really
Telling
went
you,
after
notifications off, girl.
the lead detective in that case, and they tried to paint him, of course, as a racist. They had all of these recordings, of course, since that's come up many times as to the overall circumstances regarding those recordings, but it doesn't matter. He was definitely painted as a racist, and the jury definitely bought into that. That case was a case about Rodney King. It really was never a case, to those jurors anyway, who have come out and spoken. That case was never really a case about whether OJ did or didn't kill his wife and Ron Goldman. In fact, it's interesting because all the facts show it was him, every single bit of facts.
Right. Those are
But
facts.
it didn't
when the
matter
defense talks,
because the
it speaks, it's not
distraction
facts.
worked
Got it.
perfectly. And it reminds me of that just a little bit. In other words, are they going to be able to show that because Proctor was inappropriate at best when discussing this case, if again that testimony shows that, because a lawyer can say anything, I want to hear the testimony. I want to see what Proctor has to say. I want to see what the friend has to say, and I want to read the text messages. But assuming
live right now.
it's as
That's what she is.
Yannetti laid out, so problematic because it looks like this is a guy that's completely unprofessional. And, you know, that's a problem. Again, I've always said from the beginning, anyone who was an officer who came up on the scene and saw a dead body at the curtilage of a lawn, that saw clear signs of being hit in terms of, and again, this is something you can recognize when you have bilateral puffing and bruising of both eyes, that is from a cranium crack. And so I believe, according to the EMTs and the people that came on scene, and what the officers had seen, remember, these are staties. These are state police troopers. They investigate accident investigations. And you have the person that hit him saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. This was not rocket science in terms of believing that they had essentially a man that was hit, and also they also realized they had to get this person warmed up on that scoop stretcher they talked about, and in an ambulance and into the hospital. We call it a load and go. You know, I'm a tactical EMT, and doing my rotations on the ambulance, that's what you do when you see a situation like this. You're just praying you can save their lives. So it's very quick. Hopefully we'll get to see the run reports, but we're going to hear from them. And I guess my point is that that's what they thought had happened, because all the facts led to that.
The facts.
So you wouldn't go
and
start knocking on the doors of every neighbor right at that moment.
Every time she says facts, I need a bell. I wish I had my bell here. Facts. But we can probably do it because she has her notification. I don't know why you would live stream and have your notifications turned on. It's dumb and it's rude.
Evidence or the key mission at that point is to try to save this person's life, try to interview individuals on scene, try to protect that immediate area, try to collect whatever evidence you see. That is your immediate worry. And remember, they're doing this in the middle of a blizzard conditions. Definitely that is coming out now that the snow started. And then, of course, you also see them explain that the body of John O'Keefe was laying there and nothing underneath him. It was just all grass. All the snow was around him. And I think that's really a telling sign too of how long he had been laying out there, and that he wasn't put out there on snow. One could argue that,
Right.
I suppose, he uniformly.
We're back in court. We're going to go back live to the courtroom. I'm going to go back and have to look at that video again. We're going to talk about that there, Miss Coffin-Daffer. All right. Court is back in session. We're going to resume with Paul O'Keefe on the stand in direct.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So, Mr. O'Keefe, you testifying before the lunch and recess before, you had indicated that Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father.
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Not working, Lally.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's got, excuse me, a ring. He had a Ring doorbell, and then a Ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
Erin, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, just in general,
yes.
do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 2 up on the screen. Sir, I'm going to shift my approach again, Your Honor. Yes. I'm going to hand you here as a laser point. Basically, just click this button.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, is not depicted in this photograph. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
Okay. And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes,
If you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to that.
right under the window.
And as far as these particular Ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
as far as your brother was, what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and what, if anything, in relation to the Ring that you observed.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the Ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. If you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach it.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the Ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I think this is going to set the record for sidebars. So what I was saying before is that I think that Lally's going to try to paint some type of picture that Karen either altered or deleted video because she possibly had access to John's camera. That's where I think this is going. And he's going to establish that most likely Paul or anybody in his family did not have access to the camera. Again, I'm just speculating, but I think this is where this is going. But this is going to set the record for the most sidebars in any case that I've ever seen in my entire life. And if you're just joining the stream, Paul O'Keefe on the stand in direct right now from prosecutor Adam Lally. I want to appreciate everybody being here this afternoon. And if you haven't already, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Smash the like button. It does help out this stream, but we're going to keep going here. We'll keep going and see what happens. What do you all think? All right, they're back here at the table.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are 2 discs, one labeled Meadow Ave Ring Videos. Oh, sorry.
So they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right, so the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera. If I could have video number 161. And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the 2 people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you. So starting with Miss Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed that?
I believe it's that one right there.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to is your vehicle, where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
I mean, that would be in the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Stillman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
Wow. This is not going well. This is not going well. Sorry, I just to pipe in for a second. Not that I want it to go well for the prosecution, but this is not going well.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have Bill Mark. 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway here?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through. Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
And again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one. Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169. Just there for a moment, please. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well?
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please. Ms. Gilman, from the same Exhibit 6, if I could have number 176. Pause that right there. Now, from this video, you referenced early in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video, number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one. Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same Exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause it right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for the majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, the driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this.
He's going to say, did you see any damage to John's car? That's what he's going to ask him. Did you see any damage to John's car? No, they didn't show it, Mary. But I'm sure the defense will. I say, did you shovel up any tail light? Did you see any damage?
Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185?
That's where I think Lally's going with this. Did you find any pieces of tail light? Did you see any tail light? Any damage?
Gentlemen, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out, or sort of the friend of Patrick, the father of Patrick's friends, do you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether they be PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
That would be a bad thing, wouldn't it?
Of clearing driveway out as far as snow or ice. What, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video. Thank you. And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239. Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day.
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
Mr. Koros, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the mark, recognize that?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 1 up on. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge that a little. Thank you very much. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, do you recognize?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that vehicle?
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot in it. So.
And your niece, Kaylee, how did she feel about it?
She did not like it. Still doesn't.
Thanks, sir. May I approach this to retrieve your? Yes.
Why would Bev laugh?
Right.
What's
Mr.
going on
O'Keefe,
here?
sir, I have no questions for you.
Oh, wow.
All right, Mr. O'Keefe, you are all set, sir.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did not want to put any pressure on the O'Keefe
one
family.
second.
Wow. What a great move. Did not want to put them through any cross. Didn't feel needed to do that.
You're next.
I'm sorry, Commonwealth will call Mrs. Erin O'Keefe to the stand.
Great move by David Yannetti. Did not put him under any pressure, did not attack him, just let him be, let him go. This family does not deserve to be attacked. And this is a Lally tactic.
Officer, the evidence should give the court during the case now and hearing the truth.
It's a Lally tactic to put all these family members, these poor family members, on the stand, and he's wanting the defense to attack them. This is a tactic, and they're not going to fall for it. They're not going to fall for it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? For the record?
Sure. It's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe.
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our 2 girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
It'll be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for work?
Currently, I switch jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs. So how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret.
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what is sort of the age difference between the 3?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul's 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
Do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now, excuse me. At some point, their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know, at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet, or
just Kaylee?
Just Kaylee. So fair to say she was relatively young at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some point subsequent to that, she passed. Is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later.
Sometime in fall, November 2013?
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kay?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you called him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of became the plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did it?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids sort of assumed that role?
Maybe 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? And before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you deem or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships with?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
Correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
So just for clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
And I just asked the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew. What, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course of, well, when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Miss Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, John O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship.
Oh, man.
You know,
this is
the stuff everyone goes through.
This is blowing up
If I
in
could
his
ask you
face.
just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful. And, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Wow, this is blowing up.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis.
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say I'm hey and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
Was that something? How often would you do?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring you back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year's?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our two girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba at that time?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
And do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba during around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and Johnny O'Keefe?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed and defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean, it's sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said like kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct. All right, Ms. Tillelli, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe.
Woo! Bev is trying to help Lally out right now. She knows
between
he's
that
sinking.
time in Aruba
Woo!
and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive, and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th and January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now, on that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No.
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time in January 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for?
The younger daughter. It was after 3:00.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this, with regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league, is that correct?
Town league.
Town. And did all of you, and by all I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described, what, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up, and she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that? If you
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Reed?
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type of, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regard to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture, something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow was coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgewater?
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th. And if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband called?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
Do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe? Is that
Correct.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they there?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Carrie Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, I just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time he was leaving?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, "Where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay?" And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, "Karen, what the hell is going on?" And she just yelled back in the phone, "John's dead." And Kerry Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, "No, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him." And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Kerry's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen. And then Kerry was going to pick up my in-laws.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next learned as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Kerry in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself. So I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything that Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Kerry had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by the doctor?
Objection.
All right, sustained.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, "Has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay?" So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad and they were driving to Dighton.
And what, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, "What the hell happened last night?" And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John Young?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that to mean?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as
this is not going well for the Commonwealth.
What, if anything, else did the defendant say to you as far as?
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
Now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
Ma'am, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is not going well. This is not going the way that Lally wanted this to go. And I'm wondering if some of the O'Keefes are, and we talked about this in the chat.
Just one last question, ma'am. So,
Hang on.
in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Wow.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
No questions.
All right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you.
I think that some of the O'Keefes are waking up and realizing. And again, I could be wrong.
Mr. Lally, your next
but
witness.
I think they're realizing.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Saraf to the stand.
This is not going well for the Commonwealth. And Lally got nothing from the O'Keefes. I think that they're starting to realize that Karen did not do this. Some of them are starting to realize Karen did not do this. This is my opinion, solely my opinion. Wow. I can't believe that they had to be put through that. And Paul was broken. My heart bleeds for him. Erin had to ask Lally to refresh her memory about testimony that she gave. Wow.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Saraf, S-A-R-A-F, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you typically patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Why does no one remember anything? They always go, I believe it was this.
Now,
Or I
that
believe it was that.
particular
I don't
area
know.
of Fairview Road, what
It's
type
making
of area
sense.
is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does.
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of impending coming?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was it light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time that, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close, so a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you have been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They usually were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes, yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in?
So the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
It's a right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that turn?
Nothing that I recall.
And that particular, coming from the Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest.
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Now, as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, I mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
So what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
It's Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay, so you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes.
So you could see the 3 women, and you could see a person on the ground.
That's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene, and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person, a drug user? He's have an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, it's carotid.
So if it's carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how is he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really.
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of them, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're
In the
standing
opening,
in front of the house on the
Valley
street
said that there
facing
was
the house,
6 inches of snow on
which
John.
side of the property was
This
Mr.
officer just
O'Keefe lying on?
confirmed that there was a light
As you're
dusting on
facing the house,
John.
it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold? Obviously, January, it's snowing out. It was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
Was straight ahead.
Straight ahead, okay.
And a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that have dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mulaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mulaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
About how long was it between when Officer Mulaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine?
Yeah, yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station, 234 Fairview, What, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what if any sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from Church parking lot to 34th Street?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happens?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
This is not
Now, when
going
the fire
well.
department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as Miss Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of
Seating at the table right there, black.
Does that record reflect identification done by the witness?
Yes.
After the fire department arrived and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Miss Reed and what she was doing or saying at that?
Miss Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this," and she was very hysterical.
And
she kept asking, "He's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?"
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was said something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper? Is it a scream? Or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is he dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Miss Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off of the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn. Is that correct?
That is
And where
correct.
were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what if any footprints or what if any disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Now, Officer Saraf, about how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, and Miss Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in the time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they? What happened? And what were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Miss Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Miss McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Miss Reed. You asked her what happened and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Miss McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Miss McCabe or Miss Roberts without reference to what they told you?
No. I mean,
let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss Roberts?
I didn't speak with Miss Roberts, I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Miss Roberts on scene?
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mullaney was.
One of the other two officers that were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour and a half, is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but.
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
Yes, correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Miss Reed, the defendant, left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
And do you know why she came?
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No,
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking with?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
Wow. This is I don't think this is going very well for the Commonwealth, in my opinion, today. This is looking pretty bad. And Lally's shuffling now. What do y'all think? Do you think that the prosecution is winning today? If you think that Lally's doing a good job, type a 1 in the chat. If you think he's losing, type a 2. Let me see it. I will not be covering this live tomorrow.
If I may
unfortunately.
request the lights be dim.
Okay, can we dim,
this
please?
might be the dash cam video. I do know there is dash cam video. I will not be live.
Ms. Gilman,
streaming
if I could
tomorrow,
have
but I will
exhibit number
recapping
8 up on the screen.
every night, or at least every couple of nights. I'll do a recap. I'm gonna have to wait until it gets broken down into kind of small form.
Now, Officer Saraf, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
It's the house, 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Direct your attention to this. This is just the way we point.
Yep.
I'm trying not to point it in anybody's eyes. So basically, this button here, you just click on that.
Mhm.
And that will shine wherever you want. So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when he first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. Could please enlarge, thank you. Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
That photograph is terrible. Yeah, right. You even have the guy laughing at the photo.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry.
I don't know. The officer just laughed at the photo.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13 is that what's up on the screen.
Yes, this is.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes.
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one. And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes.
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 18. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much. Now, from this photograph, well, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in Exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes,
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh, sorry.
You could just describe what you're.
So there's the flagpole right there. There's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first got it?
It's right in this area right here.
Now, if I could turn back just a moment, when you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed as far as you're driving a vehicle? Are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window? A combination of both, or?
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
And that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side of you?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this to retrieve your own?
Yes.
Do you want this?
So, Officer Saraf, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can.
Let's see it.
I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Oxford, but if I could ask the lights again. Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as Exhibit 25. And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. Okay, so Officer Saraf, what's up on the screen? Is that what you recall as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointer there?
Sweet. Whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, sign, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes,
So we're sort of looking in real time, correct?
correct.
So Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this. Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this briefly. So Officer Saraf, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some point, you're gonna then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
So this right here is Chapman Street.
Yeah, this will be tough to watch. Just keep that in mind.
This right here is Fairview.
Gentlemen, if you could just pause it there for once. So officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
Right there.
Officer Saraf, this is, you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the three females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number one, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number two, where you observed the three females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
No, that's Kerry's car. That's Kerry's car. Now, this is the 911 call we've heard, the recorded 911 call. You can hear it actually on the camera. Thank you, Patrick. Thanks for being here for 7 hours. I don't know. It seems like a very concerned. Does that look like someone that wanted to kill and murder her boyfriend and leave him to die? Look at her body language. If anything, this is helping the defense. Look at Karen. She's hysterical. And who is she talking to on the cell phone? They pull those records? Where's she going? I want to see what phone call was made there. And where's she wandering off to? She's on her phone. Who's she calling?
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Scott's speaking to.
I'll be right back.
I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay. So jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a half day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with the mid-morning break. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and leave them on your chairs. First row, follow me, please.
Okay, so amongst all of that, and I just realized it was muted, and I'm going to leave the fan up because the shit definitely is going to hit the fan tomorrow. But does it look in any moment, and that's the video that we just watched for the last, 3 or 4 minutes, okay? We saw the hysterical nature of Karen Reed. Do you believe that in amongst all of that, that she turned at some point and looked at her friends and said, hey, can you Google how long does it take for someone to die of hypothermia in the snow? I don't think so. And let me ask you, where were Carrie and Jen going? Who were they talking to on their phones? Who are you dialing? Who are you talking to? I want to see those phone records. And I'm sure that Karen's defense team has them, and they will put that out there. Yeah, here you go, John, right here. Where is Brian Albert? Why is he not outside? You have a spotlight that was shined on the yard, on those houses. I'm sure that David Yanley and Alan Jackson that goes tomorrow is going to talk about that. I don't think this is going to go very well for the Commonwealth. Not that I want it to go well for the Commonwealth, but today was a really busted up presentation by Adam Lally. I think he got smoked big time. Big time. Yeah, Danny. Commonwealth had a horrible day. Horrible day today. And I think the defense sucks. I can't be here tomorrow, but the defense is going to smoke tomorrow. And there will be a lot of cross-examination tomorrow. But they are ready and they're going to smoke tomorrow. I'm telling you. So if you were on the fence, you're on the fence in this case, and I don't know. Does today convince you? Does today open the door a little bit more as to what was going on at 34 Fairview that night? Because to me, you had Paul O'Keefe, you had Erin O'Keefe on the stand today, essentially saying that Karen was a good person. She took care of the kids. She was essentially welcomed by the O'Keefe family. And then when Lally tried to paint the argument that Karen was this awful person about the argument, the couple's arguments, I mean, basically Paul and Erin said it's nothing out of the norm of couples fighting. Nothing out of the norm. Let me go back to my notes. So like I said, Karen and Erin say that, Paul and Erin say that Karen's a good person. She took care of the kids. John and Karen's arguments were nothing of the norm. Just said that. And then Yannetti with Erin and Paul, no cross-examination. Why put them through that? Why put them through that? And I honestly, today, I don't think the Commonwealth proved anything. All they essentially proved was Karen was a good person. And then the video that we just see, the dash cam video, you see Karen hysterical. And two other people that were at 34 Fairview that night were awfully calm. If anything, that helps the defense. I'm going to bounce out and go to Tom. Tom's not live.
Upcoming. He's got one planned. Let's pop out. I'm going to put Tom up on the screen. Says at 3:59, but he's not live right now. We'll wait. Yeah, Tom's got a live set, but he's not live. We'll keep it here for a minute. And then I've had a very, very long day of streaming, 7.5 hours. I do have some personal things I need to attend to. So I'm going to bounce out here in a little bit, but we'll wait and hang out here for a second. One of my sound panels finally fell down today. All right, here's Tom. I will shut up and peel back.
Listen, I'm short. It's nice to be able to see things from a different point of view. Hi, Laura. Nikki. Trixie. GM. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Jennifer. And B. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Shelby. Shelby, thank you, by the way. You made a comment last night that I wrote down.
Sorry,
Thank you, Shelby, by the way. You're one of them people, so I appreciate you a lot. So thank you.
all right, apologies. I mean, I'm okay with it. You can ask anybody, talk to anybody. They said that people were texting you instead of both of us.
Kim, are you on your way here?
Respond on the group text. That's incredibly inefficient.
Six weeks of this, guys. 6 weeks. Heidi, you're welcome. Listen, the middle of the day was better than the beginning. I can't explain it. Oh, Kim, don't worry about it, dear. Not a big deal. We got this. What's up, Mark? Stacy, that is reversed to everybody that watches. You guys are all the best. And my admins are even better.
Tony. What's up? Do you think they'll let me walk in right now? Probably not.
Walk in there? Sure. Oh, yeah. Why not? Lisa, thank you very much. There's my Amy. You guys got front row? I got a story for you. Makes my heart, so I can't tell it. That's Kim O'Keefe right there walking out. Oh, look at this. Can't zoom in. Here they come, guys. Here they come.
That's great.
That's okay, guys. We're good. Yeah, KB, we're good. They're hanging up there. Hi, Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. Captain, thank you. Merch, lasagna. Okay. Hi, Deborah. You're welcome. Is Carrie on? Let you see what I'm pulling out. I got stuff in the works. Channel 7, Channel 10, Court TV, Pulse Network. Yeah, the sound. 1 second.
The chairs were. I feel like I would have struggled a little bit without the chairs. Yeah, they're like waiting to come out. They're like right on the stairway.
Carrie, can you call Fricka and give Fricka the burner for that phone?
I would recommend not using the phone in the court because it's uncomfortable in there. I haven't seen anything.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm in the middle of it. Yeah. But she's getting ready to come out. Can I call you back? Get the A9.
Yeah.
Right? Listen. I need a serious. How are you, my dear? Oh, you're so nice. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Always doing the
Yeah.
deed.
Doing the deed, you know? Yeah. Here they come. Quick, I gotta call you back, bud. Give me 2 minutes.
Good job.
Where'd she go?
Nice job, David. Good job. Honey. How are you feeling after today? You're so close to everything.
Get a moment to do that.
Erin, the smaller courtroom.
How you feeling, Karen?
Christine, thank you so much for the 25 on Cash App. I appreciate it. Tomorrow, I think it was a big win for the defense today. And they didn't even have to do anything yet. Tomorrow's going to be huge with Cross. I think Lally's in a lot of trouble. Big loss for the Commonwealth today. Big win for the defense. I truly believe it did not go the way that they wanted it to go. And it is possible. Maybe some of the O'Keefes are kind of waking up to this now and figuring out that Karen did not do this.
How do you feel about make contact with the jury today? How do you feel about your
You apologize to Lindsay, Karen?
Ugh, Grant, go away. The fuck does Karen Reed have to fucking apologize to Lindsay? Give me a break. Karen Reed has nothing to do with Lindsay. Fucking Grant.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb question.
How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. My friend. Thank you so much.
I thanked you for everything you did. So you
Yeah.
know who we were.
You guys are just the best. I can't. You made me cry. You made me cry so much. I tell you, I can't. My heart is just. I can't.
Well, you should be appreciated.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Listen, it's been a pleasure. Anything I can do to help you, really, anytime.
Yeah,
You guys
exactly.
have a great night, okay?
It has nothing to do with Karen Reed. Lindsay has nothing to do with Karen Reed. Karen Reed has nothing to do with Lindsay.
Well, that don't happen every day. Bye, my dear. And yeah, there you go.
All right, we're gonna bump out of this here. Shirley, thank you so much for the 20 on Cash App. I appreciate it. Very long day in court. I wish I could be here every single day to stream alongside of all of you, but I cannot. I do have a full-time gig that I have to do to pay the bills, but I'm hoping someday this becomes my full-time gig. It's just going to take a long time to get there, but I'm going to keep trucking away. I'm fully committed to making this channel as best as possible. My sound panels are falling off the walls. I think because of the humidity in here today. I pretty much figured that was going to happen, so I'm gonna have to figure out another way to secure them. Oh, what a pain in the butt. But anyway, I think, in my personal opinion today, a huge win for the defense. They didn't even have to say much. I think Lally backed himself into a corner, putting Paul and Erin O'Keefe up on the stand right away. And they really basically said that Karen was a good person. She took care of the kids when she was over at John's house. Seems like she spoiled them, and maybe some types of arguments that John and Karen had were nothing really typical of a couple wouldn't have. We had an officer sheriff get on the stand today, essentially said, had a chuckle there when Lally put up a photo and said, can you depict what's in this photo? He literally just said a street. And they just played the dash cam video to sum up the day. And to me, it showed Karen in a very hysterical state, very concerned state. She had her hand up to her mouth. She was motioning near her head. Let me ask you a question. Would a girlfriend that wanted to kill her boyfriend be in such hysterical state? And then we saw Carrie and Jen McCabe pretty relaxed and calm. And we saw Carrie on her phone. Who was she talking to? Who was she calling at that point? I want to know those questions. And I'm sure the defense will pull up those phone records and let us know who she was speaking with. So I think tomorrow is going to be an incredible day of cross-examination. And I'm looking forward to it. Again, I won't be able to do it live, but I will, over the next couple of days, be able to start recapping some of this and try to stay on top of this as much as I can. And then the days that I do have off, I plan on either sitting here live streaming with all of you the courtroom footage, or being out there boots on the ground and reporting out at the courthouse as well. If there is trial on Friday, I believe what I'm going to do is go down in the morning, watch Karen do her walk-in, and then come back to the studio and catch up with the stream and stream as much as I can here. So again, I have a full-time gig. Unfortunately, I can't be here all the time, but there are all the affiliated streams that can do it. And if you YouTubers out there, you creators that do this full-time, please let me know how you do it, because I want to be there right along with you in pursuing my dream. So I want to thank everybody here to hanging out on LTL. We have a very, very long day, over just under 8 hours of footage, coverage, I'm sorry, in the Karen Read trial. And we got a long time to go here. I think personally, this is going to be close to a 2 to 3 month trial with all the witnesses that they have. You know, believe me, sometimes witnesses get called back for cross examination in these cases because something might lead them into another area of the defense. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the support, the donations, all of the donations that came through, all the new members that subscribed. We're going to keep hitting it here, I promise. And thank you for being part of the LTL family. All right, everybody, I have a long night ahead of me here. I got to head out. I have some personal things I need to catch up with. But again, I appreciate all of you being here, and we'll do some recaps soon, I promise. All right, everybody, have a great night. I'll talk to you all soon. Thank you for the love. I love all of you. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. And I was tweeting through the entire trial testimony today. So if you want to go back, you can catch up on my Twitter and check out all of my live tweets. And I'm going to continue to do that when I live stream here. So I'll put out tweets and comment in the chat on our lives. All right, everybody, have a good day. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Take the change and take control.